Thanks. Yeah, everything, it's...
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Flavia Rodriguez, the certified court interpreter, not sworn in today.
Okay, can you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
I do, to the best of my ability, Flavia Rodriguez, the certified court interpreter.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Where's the defendant located?
BRC 2. Always
BRC.
BRC 2, yes.
2. Perfect. Thank you. I'm dialing back. Your Honor, she can hear me now.
Okay, good morning, ma'am. Can you please tell me your name?
Lisa Rivera Acevedo.
Lisa Rivera Acevedo.
All right, ma'am, you're here in 2020 CF 738780. You're arrested for aggravated assault domestic violence. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Do we have any witnesses here for Miss Acevedo Rivera? No. All right, we have no witnesses present. Ma'am, I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order, please. Did you understand everything on that form, ma'am?
Sí, señora.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You're also to maintain a separate residence. You're not to return back to that location of where the offense is alleged to have occurred. Looks as though you're not staying at the same place, so shouldn't need to go back there to get anything. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And Department of Children and Families was contacted. They may have an investigation pending. If they do, you must comply with any investigation. And she does not qualify for pretrial release.
She did not qualify for her anything.
Okay. All right. I am going to set the bond at $1,500.
Oh.
Oh,
You was a tense. I don't know how to put it.
I can't hear what you're saying either.
No.
I can't hear what anybody says on my end. All right, and then we have another Spanish case out of county, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think this is the only two that we have. All right, good morning, ma'am. Can you tell me your name, please?
Janice de Leon.
Janice De Leon.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a St. Lucie County warrant, and the judge did set the bond at none in St. Lucie County. And so I'm going to appoint the public defender's office here to represent you. One of the judges here will contact St. Lucie County and see if the judge in St. Lucie will agree to give you a bond or release you in some other manner. So you'll come back on the docket in a couple of days after the judge has been able to reach out to the judge there. Okay? All right, thank you. All right, and that was the last one, Dexter?
Yes, it was, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Interpreter. I think we are, well, let me ask, can you make an announcement in the gallery here if anyone needs the interpreter, just so I'm seeing them shaking their heads, but I just want to make sure. No, nobody needs an interpreter. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Have a good
Thank
morning.
you. You too. All right. Good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Aaron Glee.
All right, Mr. Glee, you're here in, looks like an out-of-county warrant out of Leon County. And the judge in Leon County did set your bond at none. And so I'm going to appoint the public defender here to represent you. And a judge here will contact the judge in Leon County to see if they will give you a bond or some other type of release conditions, because we're not transporting people at this time. So you should come back on the docket in a couple of days once the judge here has had an opportunity to reach out over to Leon County. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have a good day.
You're on to the next person on the docket, Eric Johanna, medical.
Okay.
You ready for the name?
I know this was reset yesterday for medical. And is there any hope of Mr. Johannes coming to court in the next couple of days or no?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay, Ms. Manikia, they've indicated that they don't think that he's gonna be able to make it here for at any point, I guess. So I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office. Do you wanna waive his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Johannes in 2020 CF 7363AO is charged with trafficking in fentanyl 4 grams or more, trafficking in cocaine over 28 grams with a firearm, trafficking in heroin over 14 grams under 28 grams with a weapon, trafficking in methamphetamine over 14 grams with a weapon, possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon. There's 3 counts of that. Possession of ammunition by a convicted felon, possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver, possession of cannabis more than 20 grams, possession of drug paraphernalia, and open carrying of a weapon or firearm. And I do find probable cause for all of those offenses, and I did appoint the public defender. I believe counts 2, 3, and 4, based on my review of the bond schedule, are life felonies.
We just ask the court to consider all the facts and affidavit and hold them without no bond.
All right, and Ms. Manikia, did you have any argument as to counts 2, 3, and 4?
No, Your Honor, we defer the matter to the court.
Okay. All right, I do find proof evident, presumption great based on the affidavit in the court file, based on the amount of drugs, the amount of weapons, and the way that they were packaged, the firearms in the vehicle being readily accessible. I am going to hold Mr. Johannes at no bond on counts 2, 3, and 4. Count 1 will remain at $500,000. The additional bonds, counts 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, will be $150. Count 11 will be $100, and count 12 will be $100. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and no contact with any witnesses or any possible co-defendants as named in the affidavit.
Ricky McCarnell is mental health, Your Honor.
Okay, and I believe this was reset yesterday by Judge Carter for mental health. So I'm going to appoint the public defender for Mr. Marcano in 2020 MM 4378AO. And Manikia, do you want to formally waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's loitering or prowling and resisting an officer without violence. 2020 MM 4378, if I didn't say the case number already. He's not to return back to the Sitco at 5300 Curry Ford Road. No contact with any witnesses or victims in the case. And I'm going to release Mr. Marcano ROR on both cases. Or counts, excuse me. Can you put in the order for him to get in touch with the public defender within 24 hours of release? Okay, thank you. Hi. Sure.
The next person on the docket, Your Honor, Corinne Richardson, mental health.
Okay, sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you. Can you put that with Mr. Glee's file? Okay, and so Mr. Richardson is you said mental health, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, and yesterday was refusal. All right, I am gonna continue to reset this one based on the charge. So I'll reset Mr. Richardson.
And the next person on the docket is Harry Allen.
All right, and yesterday was medical. And then I believe the day before that was medical. So, do we have a witness here for Carrie Town's case? No? Okay. All right. So I'm gonna appoint the public defender, to represent Towns. And Ms. Manikia, do you wanna formally waive
Yes, Your Honor.
2020 M276AA? It's battery, domestic violence, and I do find probable cause. Did appoint the public defender. And so no contact directly or indirectly with the victim, maintain separate residences, can return back one time with law enforcement, not to possess weapons or firearms or ammunition, no drugs or alcohol, without a valid prescription. The bond will be set at $500. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Alvaro Corrales.
All right, Mr. Corrales, you're here in 2020 CF 6930. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant in which probable cause was previously found for battery by strangulation domestic violence, false imprisonment domestic violence, tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement, and domestic violence battery. And I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. We do have a witness here in the box. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Thank you.
You solemnly swear or testimony shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name for the record.
My name is Sarah, presented to the council.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
Yes, CLENDENIN. It's also hyphenated.
Okay.
Do I need the last part of the last name?
Huh?
The other last name?
Is that your last name?
We'll have two last names.
Okay, that's fine. You can put it all on there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, and then for the Latin, PORTALATIN.
Okay. And then how do you know Mr. Corrales?
He's my boyfriend.
And how long have you been together?
3 years.
And do you live together?
Yes.
How long have you lived together?
For 2 years.
Okay. And has there been any violence in your relationship in the
No.
past?
Not at all.
Are you afraid of him?
Not at all.
Do you want to have continued contact with him
Yes.
through the let me finish my question. Through the pending of the case?
Yeah. Wait, do I want to have contact with him?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are you at all in fear for your safety whatsoever?
Not at all.
Miss,
I don't know if I'm able to add anything.
sure, what do you want to tell me?
I just want to say that this whole thing is like, when this all happened, I suffer with bipolar disorder, and I was under a manic state, and everything got blown out of proportion. And I just want to say that Alvaro is not a violent man at all, and all these charges that he has, like, this is not who he is. He's the person that actually helps me with my bipolar and doesn't hurt me. So,
Well, ma'am, appreciate you coming here and talking to me. That's something that you can tell the state attorney's office, because the judges, we don't control what charges are brought against an individual, okay? So the state attorney's office will contact you, and you'll be able to tell them what you just told me and whatever else you want to tell them as well. Ms. Fusco, do you have any other additional questions?
that's
Okay. And then Ms. Manikia, do you have any questions?
No, Your
I
Honor.
have a question.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I just want to let the judge know that I wasn't running.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. I do appreciate you coming and telling me your side. However, based on my review of the affidavit and what is alleged in here, I am going to order that there's no contact today. That can be changed by a judge in writing, okay? So, Mr. Corrales, I'll have you sign the no contact order form, please. Did you understand everything on that form?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And so you're going to have to maintain a separate residence. So I'm not kicking you out of your home. You cannot live with the victim. Okay. So you'll have to she'll have to leave or you'll have to leave. You may return with law enforcement to get personal belongings one time. And you're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And he was not interviewed for pretrial release. Okay. All right, so count 1, I'm going to set at 150. Count 2, I'll reduce to 1,500. Count 3 will be 150, and count 4 will be 100. All right, sir, did you understand everything that I told you?
I did, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am.
So,
Yeah, if you have a question,
okay, no, so that means today, no contact?
he can't phone you, he can't communicate with you through another family member or a third party. He can come back to the home to get anything that he needs with law enforcement, but he cannot have any contact with you whatsoever.
And he's able to stay there, like, I go?
If you are not there, he can go there, he can stay there, but if you're present and living there, he cannot be there, okay? So you just have to maintain a separate residence.
And for how long is that?
Until the case is over or it's changed in writing by a judge. Okay? All right. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Lamar Jarvis.
All right, Mr. Jarvis, you're here in 2020 CF 7395AO. It's a contempt of court as a violation of the no contact order. And I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Do we have any witnesses here for Mr. Jarvis? Okay, so no witnesses. Mr. Jarvis, I ordered that you have no contact on June 9th when I saw you. And so I'm going to maintain that you have no contact, directly or indirectly, with the victim. You signed the no contact order before. I'm going to have you sign it again. Yeah. Do you understand everything on the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
You're not to return back to the location of where the offense occurred. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription, no weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. Your bond on this case is going to be $3,500, and I am revoking the pretrial release that I previously imposed and setting the bond at none in 2020 MM 4159. You do have, I believe, the public defender in that case as well. So they'll have to file any appropriate motions on your behalf. Okay. I'll reset Mr. Rodriguez one time. We'll see if There's not any witnesses for Mr. Rodriguez's case? No? Okay, just want to make sure everybody's here. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, sir.
Johnny West.
All right, Mr. West, you're here in 2020 CF 7023. You're arrested pursuant to a warrant, which probable cause was found for false imprisonment, kidnapping with the intent to commit bodily harm, dating violence battery, and domestic battery by strangulation. And I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in your case. I believe count 2 is in F1 punishable by 30 years if we're all in agreement. I looked it up. Prior to coming to court. So 787.01. Subsection 1A, and then 3 is inflicting bodily harm upon or to terrorize the victim or another person. And it says a person who commits or kidnaps a person is guilty of felony of the first degree, punishable by imprisonment for a term of years not exceeding life. This is a life felony. All right, does the state wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. The state asked the court to consider all the facts in the affidavit, including that the defendant would not allow the victim to plead, the defendant punched and strangled the defendant, impeding normal breathing and circulation, and then grabbed the victim by the neck, threw him to the ground, continued to punch and strangle him, sending him and killing him, and couldn't leave. The state asked the court to find proof that a presumption rate that the defendant imprisoned the victim against his will and the intent to inflict bodily harm or terrorize the victim, and hold the defendant with no bond.
All right, Ms. Manikia.
Your Honor, we defer the matter to the court.
Okay. Based on the injuries and what's in the affidavit, I do find proof evident presumption great. However, I am going to give Mr. West a bond. Mr. West, before I get there, I'm going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim, just to make sure we don't have any witnesses here for Mr. West's case. No. Okay, so I'll have you sign the no contact order form. Did you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're also to maintain a separate residence from the victim. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or ammunition. You're to surrender any firearms or weapons that you may have within 6 hours of your release to any local law enforcement agency. All right, your bond on count 1 will be $3,500. Count 2 will be $25,000. Count 3 will be $500, and count 4 will be $1,500. I did, but I'm using my discretion. Yes. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Christian Bodeman, and good morning to you.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Bodeman, you're here in 2020 MM 4439AO. You're arrested for battery, domestic violence. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. We do have a witness here. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
You solemnly swear affirm testimony shall give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State your name for the record.
Can you spell your last name for me?
C-O-N-D-S.
Okay, Ms. Cone. And how do you know Mr. Bodeman?
It's my fiance.
Okay, and how long have you been in a relationship?
I've known him for 8 years, and we've been engaged for over a year.
All right, and do you live together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Has there been any violence previously in your relationship? So this is the first time law enforcement's ever been called?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not the victim of the 2 prior battery convictions that he has? Okay. If something like this were to happen again, would you call law enforcement? Are you aware of his prior battery convictions? Okay. Ms. Fusco, did you have any additional questions?
No, Your Honor, but based on the prior convictions and the injuries and the bloodstains on the sheet and so forth in history, we would ask for no contact.
All right, Ms. Combs, I just have one additional question, and then Ms. Manicki, I'll let you ask any questions if you have any. Do you think any drugs or alcohol had any involvement? So, you think alcohol had a contributing factor? Okay. No drugs? Okay.
We actually were walking, there's some vehicles involved.
Okay. All right. Ms. Manicki, do you have any questions for Ms. Combs?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Combs, are you afraid of Mr. Bodeman?
She asked if you were afraid of him.
No, ma'am, not at all.
She said no, not at all.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor. I just request no hostile contact.
Okay. But thank you, Ms. Combs, for your testimony. Based on my review of the affidavit and the witness, the independent witness who called law enforcement and then what law enforcement did observe, I am going to order no contact today. And that can be changed in writing by a judge at a later date. But Mr. Bodeman, you're going to have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witness in the case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything on that no contact order form?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're to maintain a separate residence from the victim. You're not to return back to that hotel, the Wyndham, and you can go back and return any personal belongings that you may have if you need to, but you must be with law enforcement when you go and get them, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, he qualifies for PTR.
Correct, he does. And no weapons or firearms or any ammunition, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I am going to place you on pretrial release with random urinalysis, so that means no drugs, no alcohol. If you test positive, that can be a violation of your release, sir. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning. Tell me your name, sir.
Brenton Bolden.
All right, Mr. Bolden, you're here in 2020 MM 280AA. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. And I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Just so I note for the record, we have no witnesses present at all here anymore in the gallery. So I'm going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim, Mr. Bolden. Did you understand everything on the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're also to maintain a separate. You're to maintain a separate residence from the victim. You're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. If you need to return back to your residence to get personal belongings, you must be with law enforcement. You can go one time with law enforcement, okay? No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Your bond will be set at $1,000. All right, thank you. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Good morning, Tiara Matthews.
All right, Miss Matthews, you're here in 2020 MM 4380AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. For the record purposes, we have no witnesses present in courtroom 1 to testify. I'm going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim, Miss Matthews. You'll have to sign the no contact order. Did you understand everything on that form?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're also to maintain a separate residence. You may return with law enforcement one time to get any personal belongings. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You do qualify for pretrial release. I'm going to place you in that program. Make sure that you comply with my court orders as well as their conditions of release, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I said maintain and may return. Yeah. Huh? Yes. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Charles St. Fleur.
All right, Mr. St. Fleur, you're here in 2020 MM 4436AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. All right, I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. We have no witnesses present here in courtroom 1. I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Did you understand everything on that form, Mr. St. Fleur?
Yes.
Okay. You're to maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back to the residence, you can go one time with law enforcement to get any personal belongings, no weapons or firearms, or any ammunition. And I am going to set your bond at $1,000. I'm not going to revoke your pretrial release. I'm going to have you continue to report to pretrial release for your other case. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So make sure you keep in touch with your attorneys. You don't miss any court dates. I see a court date here of June 23rd. I don't know if that's the right date or not, but make sure you know when you need to show up to court or if you have to call in or anything like that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, sir.
I'm Barrett.
All right, Mr. Barrett, you're here in 2020 CT 3818. You're arrested for no valid driver's license. I do find probable cause. Do you want to try to resolve your case today, Mr. Barrett, or do you want to go to court for it?
No, I want to get it over with.
Do you want to resolve it today?
Yeah.
Okay, so, does the state have an offer or not?
Adjudication scale for 3 days with credit time served for the cost.
All right, so the state's offering you 3 days credit for, well, I think you have 2 days, so that would get you out today by the end of the day.
Okay.
And it's an adjudication. Do you want to accept that offer?
Yeah. So I will get out today?
Yeah, some point today. I don't know what time.
All right.
Okay? All right. Did you read the plea form before you came into court? I'm not going to appoint the public defender, Ms. Manikia. Okay? It's an additional cost that I just didn't want to assess to
I
him.
understand.
If you want me to appoint the PD, I can, but did you understand everything on the plea form?
This is the plea form? Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any questions about anything on the plea form?
No.
All right. Are you on probation anywhere?
No, I'm currently down here visiting.
Okay, but you're not being supervised in any state or any probation?
No, none of that.
Okay. Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
No, I am.
Okay, but do you understand that if you're not, that you will be subjected to deportation?
Yeah.
Okay. I do find a factual basis to accept your plea based on the affidavit in the court file. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days with credit for 2 days time served. Order you pay your court costs by June 16, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And then, Flynn bonded.
Yes.
All right, we'll take no action on Flynn. We've got some arraignments.
And then the next person on She's downtown.
Okay, we'll reset Miss Eloise for tomorrow. She's got some time. Unless, Miss Manikia, do you know if that will resolve tomorrow? If she, I don't know if she's on probation or if there's any kind of felony case associated with it.
Yes, she cannot resolve tomorrow.
Okay, did you want to enter a plea of not guilty then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll enter a plea of not guilty and not reset it because it won't get resolved tomorrow anyway. Okay. Oh, here it is. Just give you the worst.
Case to be heard in Division 83. Pre-trial is June the 20th at 8 a.m. Courtroom, June the 30th, at 8 a.m. Courtroom 6B.
All right, good morning. Tell me your name, sir.
Elderly Dormo.
All right, Mr. Dornmal, you're here in 2020 MM 3781AO, and the PD was previously appointed in your case. Looks like they did file an information in the case. Let me pull up my arraignment docket. All right, so they filed an information charging you with possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting an officer without violence, and trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. All of those are misdemeanors of the first degree, alleged to have occurred on or about the 24th day of May 2020. And was there any resolution?
We made an offer.
Okay. What was the offer?
The offer was adjudication of guilt 24 days with 24 days credit time served. Court costs, no return to sin. The trespass at the Plaza 189 South Orange Avenue. Cost of investigation of $108 for Orlando PD.
108?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Ms. Manikia, do you know if Mr. Dorma wants to accept the offer?
He does, Your Honor.
Is it?
Okay.
What is it?
Credit for time served. And there's a cost of investigation of $108.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Dormo, did you read the plea form before you came into court?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay, did you understand everything on that form?
Yeah.
Okay, are you on probation anywhere? Did you hear me?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay, I didn't hear an answer.
Yes,
Are you
miss.
on-
Yes, miss, I read it.
Oh, no, I asked you if you were on probation anywhere.
No, I wasn't on probation.
Okay. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. I do find a factual basis to accept your plea to all 3 counts. It's based on the affidavit in the court file. I'll adjudicate you guilty on each count. Sentence you to 24 days with credit for 24 days on each count. Those will run concurrent. You're not to return back to the area of the trespass. There's a cost of investigation of $108 to the Orlando Police Department. I'll order that you pay your court costs and fees by June 16, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir. Good luck. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Anthony Santana. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Do we have Osario Arzate? Okay, so we'll take no action on that one. Mr. Santana. You're here in 2020 MM 3384 AO. The PD was previously appointed. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I sure can.
Okay, just do want to make sure. It looked like you couldn't hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So the PD had previously been appointed for you. The state did file an information charging you with trespass in an occupied structure as a refusal to leave. And that's a misdemeanor of the first degree alleged to have occurred on or about the 8th day of May, 2020. Ms. Manikia, how does Mr. Santana wish to proceed?
We'd like to enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to get a result.
Case to be heard in
Wow, it's
Division
been 45 days.
84. Pretrial is July 23rd at 8:45, courtroom 4B.
That's fine.
All right, did you get that date?
What was that, ma'am?
Ms. Manicure, did you get the date? I saw him talking to you. We'll have to repeat it. I'm sorry.
Case to be heard in Division 84. Pretrial is July 23rd at 8:45, courtroom 4B.
All right, and if you come to some sort of resolution before that, you can get it on the docket. Are you on probation?
No,
Is
ma'am.
that the issue? Or is there a felony associated with it?
Yes, Your Honor. There's a
Okay.
companion case.
Okay. That's not to resolve that with without the other case, okay?
What's the date? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, good luck. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Samuel Melvin Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith, you're here in 2020 MM 3746AO. The public defender was previously appointed in your case. The state did file an information charging you with 2 counts of exposure of sexual organs. It's a misdemeanor. Both are misdemeanors of the first degree alleged to have occurred on or about May 22nd, 2020. I don't know if the state will have an offer today. Okay. So, Ms. Manikia, did you want to enter a plea of not guilty for Mr. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Case to be heard in Division 84. Pretrial is July 23rd at 8:45, courtroom 4B.
All right, good morning. Tell me your name.
Eugene M. Trudeau.
Okay, Mr. Trudeau, you're here in 2020 MM 3631. And the public defender was previously appointed in your case. And the state did file an information charging you with trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. That's a misdemeanor of the first degree. And then petty theft as count 2. That's a misdemeanor of the second degree. And those were alleged to have occurred on or about May 18th, 2020. Was there any resolution?
Yes, Your Honor. Adjudication of guilt, 30 days with 30 days credit time served, court cost. The merchandise was recovered. There's no cost of investigation. And abide by the trespass warning. They'll return the scene in Walmart at 11250 East Colonial Drive.
All right. Ms. Manikia, how does Mr. Trudeau want to proceed?
He would like to take the offer, Your Honor.
Okay, and you're not on probation, Mr. Trudeau?
No,
You're not
ma'am.
on probation?
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. All right. Did you read the plea form before you came into the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you understand everything on that plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you on probation anywhere?
No.
Okay, good. All right. Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do find a factual basis based on the affidavit in the court file to accept your plea to both counts. I'll adjudicate you guilty on each count, sentence you to 30 days on each count. Those will run, you have credit for 30 days as well, and those will run concurrent. You must abide by the trespass warning. Don't go back to the Walmart at 11250 East Colonial Drive. I'll order that you pay your court costs by June 16, 2021. That gives you a year. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you. Good luck, Mr. Trudeau.
Ma'am,
Yes,
is this time served?
it is.
And it's for both cases?
Well, I only have one case, but it was 2 counts.
But they run together?
They do. You'll get out today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Tell me your name, sir.
Walker.
All right, Mr. Walker, you're here in 2020 MM 1026AO. The PD was previously appointed in your case, and you were charged by information with battery, I believe. And that's a misdemeanor of the first degree alleged to have occurred on or about February 9th, 2020. I'm not sure if the state will have any offer today based on the charge. Okay. So there's no offer today. Ms. Manikia, did you want to enter a plea of not guilty for Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So this is a regular warrant, it's not a DV.
It's not charged as DV. It does say Division 50, but it's not. So I don't, it's not charged as domestic violence.
This be heard in Division 84. Pre-trial is July the 23rd at 8:45, courtroom 4B.
It looks like the public defender's office has filed a motion to withdraw based on conflict counsel or having a conflict. So that was, you might want to follow up with that, Ms. Manikia, because there's been no order allowing the withdrawal and appointing conflict counsel. And that was filed May 26th. So it's been a couple weeks. So sometimes there's a problem when it's misdemeanor cases and the information hadn't been filed at that time. So, or it had been. But. So you may get a new attorney, Mr. Walker, okay? Just to let you know.
A new attorney out of the conflict office or public defender's office?
Well, I don't know. It'll probably be conflict counsel, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So, but Ms. Manikia should follow up with that, so that you're not sitting in there with, I mean, you have an attorney, but they say they have a conflict, okay? I don't have that. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, Mr. East. Okay. I'm just gonna look that up real quick. Did anybody have an opportunity to talk to Mr. East?
Yeah.
Ms. Manikia, do you know?
Sorry, can you spell the last name, Your Honor?
EAST.
And what's
Yeah.
that number? I don't have that.
It's a determination of counsel. My guess is that your office requested that we set it on the docket, likely because they spoke with him. I'm going to appoint the public defender. He was seen on the 9th. And I did set it for determination of counsel if he had not bonded out. So I'm going to appoint the public defender. He did refuse to come to court, but I'm going to appoint y'all in that case. That's case number 2020 CF 7121AO. I actually was the one that said it. All right. And now we've got I'm going to start with the conflict counsel 33-day motion list, all filed by David Brett on Christopher Allen Clark. The first one I have is 2020 CF 5534AO.
Yes, Your Honor, on June 15th, there was a notice of number 5.
All right, so that
Sorry,
will
Your
be.
Honor, I couldn't hear that.
Oh, it's conflict counsel. It's not your cases.
Oh.
Yeah. But it was granted. All right, the second one I have for Christopher Clark from Mr. Verrett is 2020 CF 5573AO.
Yes, Your Honor, this morning on June 16th, there was a notice of number 5.
All right, that will be granted. All right, I have another one for Mr. Clark. 2020 CF 5537AO.
Yes, Your Honor, on June 15th, there was a notice of non-filing.
All right, that will be granted. 2020 CF 5538 for Mr. Clark.
Yes, Your Honor, on June 15th, there was a notice of non-filing.
Alright, that will be granted. 2020 CF 5565AO for Christopher Clark.
Yes, Your Honor, on June 15th, there was a notice of non-filing.
Alright, that will be granted. 2020 CF 5536AO for Mr. Clark.
Yes, Your Honor, on June 15th, there was a notice of non-filing.
Alright, that's granted. Alright, I've got 2020 CF 5533AO Christopher Clark.
Yes, Your Honor, on June 15th, there was a notice of non-filing.
Okay, that will be granted. Alright, that's all for Mr. Clark. And now we have the PD 33 days. I've got 2020 CF 6064AO Darius Burgess.
Yes, Your Honor, on June 15th, there was a notice of non-filing.
Alright, that will be granted. 20 MM 3489AO Cameron Armand Jackson.
Yes, Your Honor, on June 15th, there was an information file, filing ID 108884056.
Alright, I did see that in Odyssey, so that will be denied. (2020) CF 5879AO St. Jeremy Timot.
Yes, Your Honor, on June 15th, there was a notice of non-filing.
Alright, that will be granted. Alright, was there anything that I missed?
No, Your Honor.
Miss Manikay, did you want to come over here real quick when you're finished over there?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we can talk about this afternoon. Alright, I'm gonna disconnect from courtroom 2.
Come on, mommy and me.
Oh, yeah, I just have to ask Letitia what time is good for her.
That's what she's done, actually.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna be Letitia, but she should be ready.
She probably gonna want to start a little bit early. That's just what she do.
We're looking at about 30.
It ain't like I got it with me. I looked at it.
I counted 37 total, but you know, some of them in hospital.
Hospital, couple of medicals. No felonies.
Yes, no. It's a safety clip.
Oh, okay, hold on.
You got 21 though.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're waiting on the.
It's all right. Take your time.
Oh, bro.
Don't need you being in no hurry.
See you guys tomorrow.
I know, right? Nah, I ain't gonna, no way she going out there.
Yeah, it should be at the door.
Yeah, I know, but I ain't
Yeah.
You gotta give those back.
Oh, you don't leave them there for Letitia?
Are these for second session?
They're mixed up. Should you want me to separate them? I can do it. It's quick.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll tell, she'll get them at the end.
Okay.
I'll let her know.
All right, thank you.
Just for future reference.
Keep it aside.
Yeah.
I don't even feel comfortable with her being at them cell doors. That better is.
I don't feel comfortable with her standing up there.
Yeah.
And I'm right there, and I don't feel.
They put you in a compromising situation. If something goes on, the first thing they gonna do, you could be standing right here, B.
Yeah.
The first thing they gonna do, well, where was the CO?
Yeah.
But damn, y'all put
Yeah.
every time
You
she
know,
go
my
to
hands
that,
tied.
yeah, every time she go to that door, I'll be like, I don't like this.
Yeah.
You know, but you can't. They always try to make it seem like you're trying to get out of work, but you're somebody's wife, that's a kid.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to be around these.
Yeah. So I told her last week, she was standing here. So I told her, could you mind standing like right here and just put the speaker here?
Mm-hmm.
She said, you know, my boss want me to stand like this. So she had messed around and came in, and I told her, I said, I don't feel comfortable over her standing, you know, but it's straight on.
Right, I'll sign all this stuff. All right, can I have the parties announce themselves for the record, please?
Letitia Fowler with the Office of Public Defender.
All right, good afternoon or morning, sir. Can you tell me your name?
My name is David Descent.
Do we know what happened to Willie Brown?
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. He'll come up now.
Huh? Oh, okay. It was just he was first on the top of my list here. Okay. It's fine. It's a failure to. We'll address it whenever they bring him up. That's fine. He was first on my list, so I didn't know. Okay. And then you said Descent?
Ma'am, David Descent.
Okay. All right, Mr. Descent, you're here in 2020 MM 4410AO, and it's a petty theft.
Yes, ma'am.
I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. I don't know if the state will have an offer today. Okay, so Mr. Descent, because of your prior history, it's enhanceable. It can be charged as a felony, so they may do that. So I'm not going to resolve your case today. You cannot go back to the Walmart at 3101 West Princeton Street. You've been indefinitely trespassed from there, so abide by the trespass warning and no contact with any victims or witnesses. I am going to stay the bond at the $500, but I'm not going to revoke your release on the out on release or out on bond case. Make sure you keep in touch with the public defender. Don't miss any court dates on that case, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Or any case for that matter.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Robinson is mental health. I have an updated face sheet too for him. Okay. All right, I'm gonna reset Mr. Robinson for tomorrow, 2020 MM 4438AO. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. Ms. Fusco, did you have an offer?
I did, Your Honor. I was going to offer adjudication of 5 days of credit service court costs.
All right, did you hear that, Ms. Fowler?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it was 5 days and credit for the time served. So we'll reset. I don't know if y'all are able to meet with them at all. Are you, or do we?
No, we haven't been inside the jail to speak with them.
Okay, wasn't sure. So that's the offer. Maybe he'll be okay to come to court tomorrow. Okay.
What's the 2 cases that he's out on?
2020 FM 00435
435-280 and another one.
2020 FM 003605
3605.
All right.
Who do you have next on your list, Your Honor?
Sepulveda Torres.
Yeah, he's medical, Your Honor.
Okay. So, we will appoint the public defender for Mr. Sepulveda Torres in 2020 MM 4437AO, resisting an officer without violence. Do you want to waive his appearance?
Yes, Your
Ms.
Honor.
Fowler? Okay. So we will waive the appearance, and he cannot drive without a valid driver's license. He wasn't charged with that, but that's in the affidavit that he was driving without a valid driver's license, and he's also charged out on bond for no valid driver's license. So I'm going to stay the bond at the $500. I'm not taking any action on the Osceola County cases that he's out on release on. All right, good morning. Tell me your name.
Falon Walker.
All right. Ms. Walker, you're here in 2020 MM 4379AO. You're charged with resisting an officer without violence. And I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Ms. Fusco, did you have an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. Adjudication jail 3 days, credit served, court cost.
Ms. Fowler, can you hear anything that Ms. Fusco is saying?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, adjudication of guilt 3 days with credit time served, court cost.
Were you able to hear that one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And may
It's
I have
hard to
a brief,
hear.
May I have a brief moment
Sure.
with her?
Yes. So that would get her out today at some point.
Your Honor?
Yes.
She does not want to resolve her case today. Will the court consider putting her on PTR?
Well, she's out on pretrial release.
Yes.
So, and she's out on pretrial release for resisting an officer without violence. Originally, they charged, she was arrested for battery, domestic violence, and the resisting. They only charged on the resisting. She had a no contact order with the victim, and that victim was also with her in this case, and that was not changed in writing. So, despite the fact that the case was not filed on, the no contact order was still in place and it had not been changed in writing. So, and she's with the victim in this instance, allegedly.
The PTR officer told me that once I talked to her on the phone, she mailed me paperwork.
So she does not have to resolve the case today, but I can't place her on pretrial release because she's on pretrial release. They're not gonna, she doesn't qualify for it. So I would stay the bond so she's aware, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So again, it's my understanding that the no contact order has not been changed in writing. I don't know what your pretrial release officer told you. I would get legal advice from the public defender or an attorney. I would not take any legal advice from your pretrial release officer necessarily. So I'm not going to revoke your release, but I would ask your attorneys whether or not, and you do have the public defender, whether you can have contact with the other individual in the case before you go back and have contact with her, because that could be a new law violation if the no contact order is still in place, okay? So the bond will stay at $500. So continue to report to pretrial release on the other case. All right, please tell me your name.
Stephen Zoya, ZOYA.
Okay, Mr. Zoya, you're here in 2020 MM 4434AO. You're arrested for soliciting without a permit, open container, and resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. You also have a county ordinance soliciting without a permit notice to appear.
Tuesday.
Ms. Fusco, did you have a global offer to resolve both the cases? 2020 CO 474AO.
Okay, for the current 3 counts in the prior case, adjudication of guilt, 5 days with credit time served, and court costs.
And the other one's a notice to appear, so.
I thought you were referring to the soliciting.
Yeah, he has an out on release notice to appear. I can't revoke on it because it's a notice to appear. I'm just trying to, for the efficiency of the judicial system, to resolve it today so he doesn't have to go to court for it. And so your offer would be 5 days for that? Because he has no credit for time served.
For the court order.
Okay, so Mr. Zoya, if you want to resolve your cases today, I would resolve everything with credit for time served.
Yes, ma'am.
So that would resolve the notice to appear that you have currently for the soliciting, and then that would resolve this case today that you are arrested for. If you want to do that today, you wouldn't have to go back to court unless there's some other case that I'm not aware of.
No more cases. I'm started back to work just yesterday, and been out for 3 months.
This would get you out, you would get out today, and you'd be able to go back to work. Do you want to do that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
We'll resolve your cases. Did you read the plea form before you came in?
No contest.
All right. Did you understand everything on the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand all those rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
All right. You understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do find a factual basis to accept your plea based on the affidavits in both the court files. I'll adjudicate you guilty on each case and each count, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. And on the notice to appear, it'll be credit for time served. So is that 1 day or 2 days? 1 day? Okay, so 1 day with credit for 1 day time served. Order you pay your court costs by June 16th, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir. All right, good luck, Mr. Zoya.
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
Will it be Brown?
All right, Mr. Brown. You're here in 2014 MM 11467AO, and it's a failure to appear for an arraignment back in October 30th of 2014, and the bond was set at $500. And the state's not prosecuting cannabis cases anymore. I don't know what they're going to do with this case. Ms. Fusco, are you planning on prosecuting the case? Okay. I am gonna change the bond. It's Judge Martinez, he's no longer a judge here, and he set the bond at 500, and, so I am gonna release you on your own recognizance, Mr. Brown. The chances of the state prosecuting this case today is highly unlikely. I can't tell you for sure if they will or they won't, but it's very, does he have the PD or no? No. Okay, I'm gonna appoint the public defender for you, and, you're gonna get a court date when you get out of court. Do you have an address?
No, ma'am.
You don't have a place where you get your mail?
Oh, yes, I have a place to get the mail.
Okay, can you write that down for us?
Oh, yes.
Okay, why don't we have you write that down?
It'll be July 16th at 7:30.
July 16th at 7:30?
Yeah, and, it's on the 4th floor.
So they're giving you a court date here, okay, of July 16th at 7:30.
Hold
We
on, I'm
don't
trying
know.
to listen to her.
Downtown court.
Doesn't say what courtroom, it just, okay. You're gonna have to check in on the 4th floor when you get there, okay?
And Your Honor, the time was 7:30?
Yeah. So they're having people get there, I think, a little bit early so that they can check in. So, Mr. Brown, you don't want to miss that court date, okay? Chances are the case may go away that day. I don't know, but it very well may. But I can't drop the charges today. Only the state can do that. Okay? So we'll make sure we have your correct address, but in the meantime, you know when you need to be to court. I've told you just today.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. All right, tell me your name.
Bernard Anthony Bonamy.
All right, Mr. Bonamy, you're here in 2020 CF 6813AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was found for sale and delivery of cocaine and possession of cocaine. And I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you, and also in 2020 CF 7384AO. You're charged with possession of methamphetamine, and I do find probable cause. So you have the PD on both cases, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bonds will stay at $1,500 on the sale and delivery. I'm going to stay the $1,000 on count 2, and then there'll be $1,000 on the possession of methamphetamine.
No, not now. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
On the sales and delivery case?
Yeah, I don't want you to talk about the facts of the case.
No, it's not about the facts. I'm trying to figure out, is this a new method of how it works? Because
I don't know. I'm not law enforcement, and so I don't know what law enforcement is doing, but sometimes when they receive drugs, they'll then send them off to FDLE to get tested, so it could take some time for them to get that done. It appears as though that may be what happened in this case, but
yeah,
you'll have to talk to your attorney about it.
I understand, ma'am, but what I'm trying to say, I have no knowledge of that sales and delivery
Okay,
case.
well then if that's a defense that you'll have, and you can talk to your attorneys about it, but I can't give you legal advice, okay?
Well, I wasn't told that.
All right, please tell me your name.
Thomas James Burke.
All right, Mr. Burke, you're here in 2020 CF 7402AO. It's possession of heroin. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bond will stay at 1,000. I'm not revoking your release on the other case. Make sure you don't miss any court dates and keep in touch with your attorney, okay?
I'm not on another case already, ma'am?
You have an out on release case for possession of alprazolam, possession of cocaine, possession of heroin, and possession of drug paraphernalia back from January.
That'd be over now. All right.
Okay, well, I didn't revoke your release, so make sure you don't miss any court dates.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, tell me your name, sir.
James Doherty.
All right, Mr. Doherty, you're here in 2020 CF 7385AO. It's a burglary of a dwelling, and I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you in your case. No return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. No contact with any victims or witnesses in the case. I am going to set the bond at $3,500 and reduce that based on the facts.
Next person on the docket, I'm sorry, William Hamlet, hospital.
Okay, we'll reset within 24 hours of release from the hospital. All right, tell me your name, please.
Joseph Jackson.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you're here in 2019 CF 2704AO. It's a failure to appear for arraignment on June 12th, 2019. And the judge did revoke your release and set your bond at none. Does he have the PD? And the failure to appear? Let's see. In 2020, CF 7397AO, it's possession of MDMA. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and that bond will stay at 1,000. We're going to see if you have the public defender in the other case. If not, I'll appoint them to represent you, and they'll have to, yeah, you do. So you do have the public defender. They're going to have to file a motion to set bond in Division 16 with Judge Barber, okay?
Yes.
All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Ante Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones. You're here in 2020 CF 6527, and you were arrested pursuant to a warrant in which probable cause was found for sexual battery on a child under 12. And I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you in your case.
Your Honor.
Yes?
He has a private attorney.
Oh, okay. Who's your attorney, sir?
Robert Sauerheber.
Okay, let's see if they filed a notice of appearance. No? Oh, he did. Do you know if he was intending on being here today?
I know he said he was, but I haven't spoken to anyone.
Let me have my JA reach out to him. Huh? Yes. All right, Mr. Jones, I'm gonna have I just messaged my judicial assistant to reach out to him. And so we'll recall you once I hear something back and we'll let you know, okay?
All right.
All right. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
James Anthony Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones. You're here in 2020 CF 7235AO. You're arrested pursuant to a capias, and a judge did find probable cause for the following offenses. The state did file an information as well. Counts 1, 2, and 3 are lewd or lascivious molestation. Those are all life felonies. Count 4 is video voyeurism. Count 5, lewd or lascivious molestation. Count 6, 7, 8, 9 are video voyeurism under or through the clothing. And then count 10 is unlawful use of a two-way communication device. And I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you in your case. And because counts 1, 2, and 3 are life felonies, Ms. Fusco, does the state wish to be heard as to bond?
Your Honor, the state asks the court to consider all the facts and evidence, including videos, arraignments, footage, and video footage from the defendant's phone, as well as victim's testimony, to find whoever conducted writing for the defendant intentionally touched or abused in a serious manner. Arrests are 2 different victims under court control and intentionally touched or abused in a serious manner. The public's apprehension of the court control that they bond.
All right, Ms. Fowler.
Your Honor, we defer the matter to the court.
Okay. I have read the probable cause supporting documentation provided to the court when they signed the capias. And I do find proof evident presumption great as to counts 1 through 3. And so, Mr. Jones, I am going to hold you at no bond on counts 1 through 3. Count 5 will remain at $5,000. All additional counts, excluding count 10, the judge ROR'd you on. Count 10 is $5,000. You're not to have any contact with any victim, any witness in the case. You're not to return back to any Walt Disney World property. You're not to possess any weapons, any firearms, or any ammunition. You're not to have any contact with any minor child under the age of 18. Do you own a passport, Mr. Jones?
No, not at this moment.
Okay, so you'll need to file, or your attorneys can do so, and have you sign it, an affidavit under oath indicating that you do not own a passport. If for some reason you do own a passport, you'll have to surrender that to the clerk's office within 24 hours of any release if you are to be released from the Orange County Jail. Okay, if you have any questions, you can call the number on the form that they gave you with the public defender's information on it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Carl Coleman.
All right, Mr. Coleman, you're here in 2020 CF 7396. You're arrested for petty theft, 2 prior convictions, resisting an officer without violence, resisting a merchant, and trespass on property after warning. And I do find probable cause for those offenses. And I'll appoint the public defender. And you also have 2020 MM 4433AO. It's resisting an officer without violence. And I find probable cause, and I'll appoint the PD in that case as well. No return back to the Walmart at 11250 East Colonial Drive. No contact with any victims or witnesses, and abide by the trespass warning.
Okay.
I am staying the bond at 1,000, 100, 100, and 100. And then the resisting an officer, I'll set that at 100. Which case number?
Case for that attorney.
Was that Denisa?
Yeah, Denisa.
Oh.
I need to quote what it is.
I don't have it. Oh,
For Dante Jones, but it was 20.
6527.
Yeah.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Norris Land.
All right, Mr. Lands, you're here in 2020 CF 7394AO. You're arrested for aggravated fleeing and attempting to elude a law enforcement officer with injury or property damage, refusal to obey a police officer, and driving with the license revoked or suspended. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. You also have 2020 CF 7393AO. It's a grand theft third degree of a motor vehicle. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. So you can't drive without a valid driver's license. You can't have any contact with any victim or witness in either case. All right, I'm just taking a look at the driving history. Excuse me. All right, Mr. Land, your bond on count 1 is $5,000. Count 2 and 3 are $100 on each count, and the grand theft is $1,000.
So the dollar for the aggravated.
5,000 for the aggravated, and then 100, and then 1,000 on the grand theft. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Michael Linder.
All right, Mr. Linder, you're here in 2020 CF 7399AO. You're arrested for petty theft with 2 prior convictions. I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the PD to represent you. You may not have any contact with any victim or witness. You may not return back to Walmart at 10500 West Colonial Drive. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bond will stay at $1,000.
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
Sandra Linson.
All right, Ms. Linton, you're here in 2020 CF 5908AO. It's a warrant. And probable cause was found for petty theft with 2 or more convictions. And I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. The warrant says $1,000 or PTR if you qualify, but you're not going to qualify for pretrial release. You have an out on release case. So I'll stay the bond at $1,000. I'm not going to revoke your release, but Ms. Linton, I'll tell you, if I see you again and you've got 3 cases, that's not going to be a very good day for you. So no contact for any victims or witnesses, and no return back to the Get Hooked Bait and Tackle at 358 Story Road, Suite A in Ocoee.
Have a bond out?
Huh?
Hello.
Yeah. Sorry, and
It said bond or
yeah, she's not going to qualify for
I
it.
just put bond in.
Yeah.
I reduced it to $1,000.
PTR.
Hold on. Okay. Yeah. All right. Tell me your name, ma'am.
Jessica Ray Marcheseau.
All right, Ms. Narciso, you're here in 2020 CF 7398AO. You're arrested for burglary of a dwelling, and I do find probable cause. and I'll appoint the public defender. You may not return back to the victim's residence as named in the affidavit. No contact with any victim or witness in the case, and no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bond will stay at $5,000.
Can you lower the bond by any chance?
Does your attorney want to present any evidence that you can't afford that bond? That it's unreasonable?
Your Honor, we can take testimony for the court for a bond reduction.
Okay. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you're fine. All right.
Please state your name for the record.
Jessica Ray Marchessault?
Are you currently employed?
No.
When was the last time you were employed?
A year ago.
Do you have any money in a savings or checking account?
I have no money in a savings or checking. No.
How long have you lived in the Central Florida area?
For a long time. I live with the CEO that used to work in this jail. I don't know why I don't qualify for PTR.
Do you have any family or friends in the Central Florida area?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anyone that can help you out with getting a bond?
Yes.
Who can help you with getting a bond?
My friend.
And how much can they give you in order to afford a bond?
$1,000.
Your Honor, that concludes testimony.
All right. Ms. Fusco, any questions?
No.
Make a bond based on the very list.
Okay. Ms. Fowler, do you have any argument?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So based on her testimony, it appears as though if she called a bondsman and had $1,000, she'd be able to post the bond. She also has an active warrant out of Minneapolis for failing to appear. She also has 4 failures to appear, the last one of which was in 2018. She previously was last convicted in February of 2020 for trespass. And she has a lengthy history, and she's not really established much ties. So I don't think $5,000 is an appropriate bond considering the testimony and the evidence. All right, and then...
I can pay for my bond. Wait. I don't understand.
All right, do we have Mr. Jones available again, or do you want me to recall him at the end?
We have Jones.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. He's coming.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jones, we're recalling your case. It's 2020 CF 6527, and my judicial assistant reached out to your attorney. He's indicated that he's not appearing today. He's filed a motion with Judge O'Kane, who is the judge in your case. So that motion was filed a couple days ago. He's indicated that it may be set for a bond hearing in front of Judge O'Kane. So I can't make him come to initial appearance. So we'll proceed if you would like. Otherwise, I can't make him come here if he's not going to come here. But if it sounds as though he's getting you a bond hearing with the judge on the case.
All right.
Okay. So I won't appoint the public defender, obviously, since you have an attorney. And this is a capital offense. So, Ms. Fusco, did you wish to be heard as to bond?
Yes, Your Honor. The state asks the court to consider all the facts in the affidavit, including the victim's statement of facts that included facts a 5-year-old should not know without exposure to, say, including description of the ejaculation of the defendant. There was also a medical examiner's report that said the case was representing sexual abuse. So the state asked the court to find the federal presumption rate and help the defendant in the bond.
All right. And then, Ms. Fowler, I don't know if you want as a friend of the court or do you want me to temporarily appoint your office to represent him at the initial appearance?
Your Honor, we will just defer the matter to the court and leave it for the private attorney to do a bond
Alright.
hearing.
Okay, so, I'm not gonna make a finding today. I am gonna stay the bond. His attorney has a bond motion set with Judge O'Kane. And so, any conditions of release will probably be addressed with Judge O'Kane. But from my perspective here, I'm gonna order today at the initial appearance that you're not to have any contact with the victim or the victim's brother. I'm not gonna put that name on the record because it's a child and he's, young, but it's in the affidavit, or excuse me, it's on the warrant. So he's listed as being another individual that you can't have contact with. And the initials are KJ, okay? You're not to have any contact with any minor child under the age of 18. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. And no return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. Do you own a passport, Mr. Jones?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you'll have to have your attorney file an affidavit under oath that you don't own a passport. Otherwise, if you did, you'd have to surrender that to the clerk's office within 24 hours of your release. But you'll probably readdress all of this stuff with Judge O'Kane when your attorney has that bond hearing, okay?
All right.
Okay. I'm just gonna write a little note for Judge O'Kane on there, so she can see. Oh, you're fine. All right. Good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
It's Juan Carlos Marrero Torres.
All right, Mr. Marrero Torres, you're here in 2020 CF 7404AO. It's possession of cocaine, possession of heroin, and possession of drug paraphernalia. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bond will stay at 1,000 on count 1. I'll reduce count 2 to 150 and count 3 to 100. I'm not going to take any action on your out on release case. Make sure it looks like you have a court date coming up on the 19th. Yep, don't miss court if you have to be there, okay?
Okay, I will. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
Eric McGregor. Jr.
All right, Mr. McGregor, you're here in 2020 CF 7357AO. You're arrested for possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon, possession of methamphetamine with a weapon, and open display of a firearm. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. So no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons or firearms, or any ammunition. All right, I'm gonna stay the bond at the 5,000 on count 1. Count 2 is 150, and count 3 is 100. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Alexis Moreau.
All right, Mr. Morrell, you're here in 2020 CF 7382AO. It's a warrant and probable cause was found for burglary of a structure and grand theft third degree. And I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. No return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. That's the 1 South Orange Avenue, Suite 301. Launched that. No contact with any victims or witnesses in the case. The bond will stay at $2,500 and $150. All right, tell me your name, please.
Marquise Morgan.
All right, Mr. Morgan. You're here in 2020 CF 7381AO. You're arrested pursuant to a warrant in which probable cause was found for 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and then possession of ammunition by a convicted felon. And I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Counts 1 and 2 are punishable by life. Goes from capital down as an attempt to 30 back up to first-degree life with the firearm as an enhancement. Does the state wish to be heard as to counts 1 and 2?
Yes, Your Honor, the state asks the court to consider all the facts in the affidavit, including that the defendant pulled up beside the victims and found the gun in the passenger compartment of victims with 3 bullet entry points in the driver's vehicle, shattered glass, and an entry point for a fragment of the victim's purse. The defendant was known as one of the neighbors of one of the victims and identifiable to them. The state asks the court to find the defendant on presumption granted and hold the defendant in no bond.
All right, Ms. Fowler.
Refer the matter to the court.
All right, I have reviewed the affidavit. Based on the information contained within the affidavit, I do find proof evident presumption great. I am going to hold Mr. Morgan at no bond on counts 1 and 2. Count 3 will be $10,000. Count 4 will be $2,500, and count 5 will be $150. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. No contact with either victim or any of the victim's family members or any witnesses in the case. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Do you own a passport, Mr. Morgan?
No.
Okay. If you don't own a passport, if you are to be released from the Orange County Jail at some point, you'll need to sign an affidavit indicating that you do not own a passport and file that with the clerk's office. I am going to revoke the release in 2019 CF 16754AO. Do we know if he has the PD in that case? Doesn't say it on the thing here. Okay, you do have the public defender on the other case that you're out on release on. I did revoke that release, so they're going to have to file a motion in Division 20. Okay.
I'll take this.
Yes, that's your copy.
All right, please tell me your name.
My name is Rafael Padilla.
All right, Mr. Padilla, you're here in 2020 CF 7401AO. You're arrested for possession of cocaine I do find probable cause and I'll appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. Do you live locally?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been here?
About 28 years.
Okay, all right. You gonna come to court if you need to go to court?
Yeah, oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Don't miss court, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna release you on your own recognizance. That means you're telling me that you're gonna show up to any court date that you need to be at, okay? If you don't, you're probably gonna get a warrant and it's probably gonna be no bond.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm a little nervous.
All right, please tell me your name.
Thomas Lewis Somerville, Jr.
All right, Mr. Somerville, you're here in 2020 CF 7284. It's a warrant and probable cause was found for sale and delivery of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a community center, and possession of cocaine. And I'll appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no return back to that location. The bonds will stay at $7,500 on count 1 and $150 on counts 2 and 3. And no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription and no return. I think I said that. And I can't take any action on the out on release cases because of the dates. So, but if you get another arrest, all right, and it's anytime, and the offense occurred anytime after January 21st, chances are a judge is going to revoke your release on all your cases. All right, Mr. Somerville?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
On stage, correct? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Alice Temple.
All right, Ms. Temple, you're here in 2020 CF 130AO. You failed to appear for an arraignment on June 8th, 2020, and the judge did revoke your release and gave you a bond of $1,000 on each count. And so, does she have the public defender?
Yes.
Okay, you do have the public defender. If you're unable to make the bonds, they'll have to file a motion to reduce bond in that division, okay? All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Albert Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here in 2020 CF 7386AO. You were arrested for possession of methamphetamine, possession of cocaine, and possession of a controlled substance. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription.
That was my medication.
All right. I'm gonna stay the bonds at 1,000, 150, and 150. Mr. Williams, you've got 3 cases that you're out on release on. You've got court dates coming up,
Yes, ma'am.
and some of them. I could revoke your release. I'm not gonna revoke your release today. You gotta show up to court. If you get arrested again and you've got all these cases,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? It's
Yes,
not
ma'am.
gonna be a good day,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Zachary Winters.
All right, Mr. Winters, you're here in 2020 CF 7414. You were arrested for attempted burglary of a dwelling and criminal mischief, loitering or prowling, and trespass in an occupied structure conveyance. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you.
Okay.
So no return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred, no contact with any victims or witnesses in the case, and no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription.
Okay.
Was he interviewed for pretrial or?
I was.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna set the bond on count 1 at 2,500. Counts 2 through 4 will remain at 100.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, this is supposed to be a 10. It's wrong on mine too, but it should be a 10 too.
We need to put on the affidavit because the officer did licenses. I mean, she entered it, so if we still don't see a temp on the affidavit, we don't go inspection.
I'm gonna put a 10.
Okay, yeah, and this is initially, so, then we'll start.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure, because the 10 fell throughout the affidavit and then. All right, please tell me your name.
Anthony Alls.
All right, Mr. Alls, you're here in 2007, CF 4328. It's an on-view violation of probation, and that's based on the new law offense of driving while license suspended. And I have a probable cause for both. That's 20 CT 3837. So you can't drive without a valid driver's license. I am going to stay the bond on the VOP at this time at none. I did appoint the PD. You do have reporting requirements for both cases, so you need to make sure you comply with those if you're at the jail. Okay? And you'll see Judge Whitehead for your arraignment on the violation of probation in a couple days. And the bond on the driving is 500. Sorry, I didn't say that. All right, please tell me your name.
Richard Brown.
All right, Mr. Brown, you're here in 2019 CF 4018, and it's a violation of probation warrant. The judge did set the bond at none, and I'll appoint the public defender. You'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for your arraignment.
Okay.
And the public defender can file any motions to set bond for you in the meantime, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Darby Jr.
Mr.
How you
Darby?
doing? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good, thank you. How are you?
I'm okay today, despite the
Okay.
circumstances.
I hear ya. All right, it's 2019 CF 10575AO, and it's a violation of probation pursuant to a warrant, and the judge did set the bond at none. I'll appoint the public defender. You'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for your arraignment. Yes, sir.
Okay, there's no way that I can get a bond? I mean,
Well,
'cause
I can't give you a bond, but because you're a violent felony offender of special concern, unless some judge wants to violate the law and give you a bond, you can't get a bond on it. So I'm not going to be the one to do that. If some other judge wants to give you a bond, and if Judge Roche wants to give you a bond, that's up to her. But I can't give you a bond today. Okay. So you'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Please tell me your name.
It's Aquanetta L. Harrison now.
All right, Ms. Harrison, you're here in 2019 CF 5692BO. It's an on-view violation of probation for new law offenses in 2020 CF 6995. And so I did find probable cause for that. And I'll appoint the public defender. The bond will stay set. Okay.
I have a.
He's coming in right now, Your Honor,
Oh, okay.
for a turn.
morning, Your Honor. Or are we morning? No, we're afternoon. I'm sorry about that.
I can't hear. You're gonna have to get really close to the microphone.
I was saying good morning. Or good
morning.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My apologies. I thought that this was at 1. This is I'm Braulio Rodriguez on behalf of Ms. Harrison. I believe I heard just a little bit of it. We're here for a VOP arraignment.
No, it's initial appearance.
Initial appearance. I'm sorry. Regarding the VOP.
Have you filed a notice of appearance? Or are you intending to do that?
I'm intending to do that, Your Honor.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay.
So I believe she was picked up on a few days ago for new charges, and this is simply for the VOP, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. It's an add-on for the VOP. She's a violent felony offender of special concern, so I legally cannot give her a bond.
Okay.
Okay. So she'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for an arraignment.
Okay.
If he chooses to ignore the law and give her a bond, or you can, but I can't do that. So, pursuant to the law, under the Anti-Murder Act, she's not entitled to a bond. Okay. So I won't appoint the PD as long as you're going to be representing her. She should. Do we have a date that she'll see Judge Whitehead? On the 18th. It should be in the clerk system, but her hearing with Judge Whitehead is June 18th. Do we know what time or? At 9:30. If you file a notice of appearance and a waiver of arraignment, chances are it won't be on that docket.
Okay.
So you may want to get in touch with Judge Whitehead's JA, Patricia Becton, and she may be able to tell you how they're handling it and where you would need to go, or if you did want to appear at that hearing.
Okay. And then he would be the one who could look. I talked to the PO this morning. Apparently, this is her only violation. She hasn't had any issues. So, Your Honor,
right. The PO may file the affidavit and give it to the trial judge in Division 19.
Okay.
But Judge Whitehead does the VOP arraignments.
Okay.
So I don't know if you would be able to resolve it that day without a warrant affidavit.
Right.
This is just basically to place a hold on her.
Okay. But either way, despite that information, Your Honor is not inclined to do any release.
I cannot legally give her a bond under the law. So I'm not going to violate that law. Okay?
Understood.
All right. Okay. All right, Ms. Harrison, so your attorney will do what they need to do for you. Okay? All right.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. All right, please tell me your name.
Vaughn Matthew.
All right, Mr. Matthew, you're here in 2015 CF 14521AO. It's an on-view violation of probation for a new law offense of the invasion robbery or home invasion robbery with a firearm. And I do find probable cause for the on-view violation of probation, and I'll appoint the public defender. The bond will stay set at none at this time. You'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for your arraignment, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We'll reset Mr. Carpenter. He has a bond of $1,000, but we'll reset within 24 hours of his release. There's only one case, correct? Yeah. So much paperwork. All right. Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Madeline O'Kelly.
All right, Ms. O'Kelly, you're here on a Lake County warrant, and the judge in Lake County did set your bond at none. And I'm going to appoint the public defender here. We're not transporting people at this time. And so one of the judges here is going to reach out to the judge in Lake County, see if they'll agree to give you a bond or release you on some other means. So you'll probably be back on the docket in a couple days for a status hearing on that issue. Okay? But I did appoint the PD here, so if you have any questions, you can call the number on the piece of paper. All right?
Okay.
right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Sanchez?
All right, Mr. Sanchez, you're here for a Seminole County warrant, and the judge in Seminole County did set your bond at none. I'm going to appoint the PD here. We're not transporting people back and forth to the jails. So you do have the public defender here. One of the judges is going to reach out to the judge in Seminole County to see if they'll agree to give you a bond or release you on some other means. So you'll come back on our docket in a couple days, probably for a status hearing on that. Oh, it says 0 on here. Okay.
It says, I was about to say, because it says 263 on my paper.
Okay, well, that's probably right. It's just said 0 on the front page here. So you have a bond of $263. So if you're able to bond out, you can bond out.
Yes, ma'am.
If for some reason that you can't, then you'll probably come back on the docket, like I said. I'm not going to take any action on your out-on-release cases because I really have no idea what happened over in Seminole County. So make sure you don't miss any court dates, okay?
No, ma'am, I will not. The PD that I called told me I didn't have any court dates. That is what happened. I was stupid enough not to check.
Keep looking on the website.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to start using the website.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Murray Wilson. Murray Tyrone Wilson.
All right, Mr. Wilson, you're here on a Lake County warrant, and the judge did set the bond at none in Lake County. And so we're not transporting people back and forth at this time because of the coronavirus. So I'm going to appoint the public defender here to represent you. And one of the judges here is going to contact the judge in Lake County and see if they'll give you a bond or some other form of release, okay? So you'll probably be back here in a couple of days for a status hearing on that issue, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I wanted to let y'all know that I did try to turn myself in down there, but they told me to take the test, and after the test, get back in touch with them, and they wouldn't accept me, you know.
Okay. I don't know anything about what happened in Lake County, sir, okay? Because I'm an Orange County judge, and I don't know. So one of the judges here will reach out to the judge there and see if they're going to give you a bond, okay, or some other release, okay?
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, that's what we're trying to do. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you have a good day. All right, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and so we are done for the day, and we are ending the call.
Yeah. Are you guys going to court in one? Yeah, I'll take it.
I would just ask that the order specifically state for employees of the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
Shall we submit another proposed order that includes that language?
That's fine, and I'll sign it in chambers.
We'll send it to the state and to the court. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. While we're all here on Mr. Tott's case, where is it sitting on a pretrial docket, and how realistic is that?
It's set for pretrial today.
Okay, well, there we go. That's right. I think our prior pretrial in this case was canceled because we had the courthouse restrictions in place. So, Mr. Wesley, where are you in the preparation of the case?
At this point, I'd like to approach the court with a motion to continue with this signed by Mr. Taylor.
Okay. Ms. Pinnell, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, I would ask that we set some status conferences periodically so we can track where we are and what is really a reasonable court date. We'll have a lot of out-of-state witnesses.
Right, so my question is, I can give it a pretrial date for control purposes, and I'd like to do that on this year's calendar because I don't have my dates for next year at this point in time. But I'm also perfectly willing to set earlier in time status conferences to address any other issues that need to be addressed. So if I set just for control purposes, a pretrial conference of December 16th with a trial period that starts in January of 2021, any objection to using that date, understanding that you're not representing, you're going to be ready to go?
No, sir, it's just a date on the calendar to see where we're at to us, so
Okay.
understand that.
Ms. Pennell, any objection to using that date? All right, we'll find a waiver of speedy trial at this time. Mr. Wesley, any thoughts about a status date earlier than that?
No, sir, why don't we propose some dates, send them to the state, see if those work with them, and then ultimately with you.
Okay. Ms. Pennell, does that sound reasonable?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So at this time, court minutes will again reflect that I've granted the motion to set the Osceola Sheriff's Office as a location for depositions only for current employees of the Osceola Sheriff's Office and only in this case. And I'm granting defense motion to continue finding a waiver of speedy trial, pre-trial 12/16/20, trial period starting January 2021. I don't have an exact date yet. All right. Mr. Wesley, anything else?
Thank you for hearing us today, Your Honor.
Nope, you're welcome. Ms. Pennell, anything else? All right, Mr. Tote may be returned to the Osceola County Jail pending disposition of his case. Done, Julie? Okay. Let's see. When were you showing it as set? Oh, got it. Okay. Yes. All right. Have a good day. Yep. Let me ask you, Julie, have you done any long proceedings with everyone wearing a mask?
Today would have been my first.
Any guess on how that's going to work? I have the same problem. Every once in a while, the soap and water trick works, and then sometimes it doesn't. I haven't figured out the rhyme or reason as to why it does sometimes work. Okay, all right. Have a good day. Mr. Baird, what do you have today? Tell me what your first arraignment is. Okay. Yeah, no, I already had it going. It's our air conditioner. Yes. I don't, well, I assume it's our air conditioner. It serves the same purpose apparently. Let's go ahead and swear the defendant in.
Right hand, please.
Bring it. There you go.
You do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, morning, sir. Tell me your name and your date of birth.
Dale Ernest Fox, 11/25/78.
All right, sir, you're charged with one crime. That's failure by a sexual offender to comply with registration requirements. That's a third-degree felony, punishable to 5 years in prison. I see that you filled out an application for criminal jet status. The clerk of the court has reviewed it and found that you do qualify for the services of the public defender. I will appoint the public defender to represent you in this matter. Mr. Johnson, what plea does he want to enter at this time?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Baird, other than the fact that Speedy's currently told, when would Speedy trial normally expire in this case?
It'll say it would expire on or about September 3rd, 2020.
Let's do this. At this point, I'm going to set the case for pretrial conference on September 2nd and a trial period that starts September 14th. Is there an offer for the defendant to consider at this time?
There is not.
All right. So,
I apologize, Your Honor. I just wanted to clarify because we were conveyed an offer by Mr. Bain yesterday on this case.
Oh, I apologize. This is
Okay.
Mr. Bain's case.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that offer was still open because we were.
Mr. Bain can convey this into this.
Okay. Yeah.
all right. So, at this point in time, do you just want to leave it set for pretrial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Fox, before you leave the courthouse today, I want to make sure you exchange contact information with the Public Defender's Office. And if you've not yet scheduled an office conference to talk with Mr. Johnson about your case, you do that before you leave the building, okay?
Yes, sir.
The sooner you sit down and talk with him, the sooner you can make certain decisions about your case, the sooner he can start working effectively to defend you. That makes sense?
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Johnson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you back for your pretrial conference on September 2nd, unless we notice you for a different date, okay? All right, all this will be on your paperwork, and after you have your paperwork and exchange that information, you're free to go.
Thank you. I apologize for cutting you off.
Mr. Baird, tell me your second case today.
It's Carlos Luis Santiago Colon, 20 CF 1433.
I believe he's in custody.
Okay. Well. Can't. All right, there we are. All right, Osceola Jail, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, do y'all have Carlos Santiago Colon present?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if he needs a Spanish interpreter?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and swear him in.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Tammy, can you do that again? He's.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
She's coming in really low, can barely hear her.
Okay. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Morning, sir. Tell me your name and your date of birth.
Carlos Santiago Colon, 11/2/1978.
Sir, you're charged with 2 crimes in this case. Actually, strike that 1 crime in this case. It's failure by a sexual offender to comply with registration requirements. Oops. Hold on, sir. Sorry, I had the wrong file. You are charged with 2 crimes, sir. The first is failure of a sexual predator to register an electronic mail address. The second is failure of a sexual predator to register an internet identifier. Each of those is a 3rd-degree felony. Each of those is punishable up to 5 years in prison. The Office of Public Defender has been previously appointed to represent you. Ms. Cobb, what plea does he want to enter at this time?
Not guilty.
Okay. We'll enter a plea of not guilty. Mr. Baird, do you know when speedy trial would normally expire in this case?
But for the Supreme Court order, speedy trial would normally expire on or about November 5th, 2020.
I'll go ahead and set this case for pretrial conference on Wednesday, October 7th, 2020, and a trial period that currently is scheduled to start October 19th. Was an offer extended, Ms. Cobb?
Yes, an offer was extended.
All right. Do we just need to leave it set for those dates at this point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the other court in regards to Mr. Santiago Colon. He can remain in the Osceola County Jail pending disposition. All right, Mr. Baird, is that it? Yes, Your Honor. All right, have a good day. All right, question for the public defenders. Can y'all call up your cases that involve inmates who are out there at the jail so we can get them on their way?
Yes, Your Honor. The first case I have is Mr. George King. It's set for a bond motion today.
Okay.
However, we're going to cancel it.
Keen?
King, K-I-N-G.
All right. Looks like he's got 2 cases, is that correct?
He has more than that. He has 4 cases.
Okay.
Or 3.
Okay.
But we're going to cancel the bond motion in all 3 cases.
Okay. All right. Have we arraigned him at this point in time?
Yes, we have, sir. We have.
Okay, and do we have court dates?
Correct.
Okay. So, Ms. King, your attorney's indicating that today she does not want to proceed forward on the motion. She can talk to you further about that reasoning and, if appropriate, reset it or figure out whichever way you're going to approach the case, all right? So, court may simply reflect that the motion is canceled by the defense. Are you withdrawing the motion or simply canceling the hearing?
At this time, I'm canceling the hearing.
All right. So the court's going to take no action. The hearing's canceled. Defense can reschedule if they intend to proceed on the motion. Ms. Cobb, do you have any other inmates?
Yes, I have a plea that's set for Herminio Robles. He would require the assistance of a Spanish interpreter.
Let's see if I have an interpreter available.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Alan Figueroa, State Certified Spanish Interpreter.
Good morning, Mr. Figueroa. This is Judge Wooten down in Osceola County. I'm planning to take a plea on an inmate who's currently in the Osceola County Jail, appearing through the remote link. So my first question is, Osceola County Jail, can you hear our interpreter?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Figueroa, have you been sworn in yet?
Not yet, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and swear our Spanish interpreter.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do, Alan Figueroa, State Certified Spanish Interpreter.
Mr. Figueroa, this is case number 2019 CF 4239. Let's go ahead and swear the defendant in.
Raise your right
Levanta la
hand.
mano derecha, por favor.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Jura, promete que el testimonio que rendirá será la verdad, solo la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Sí.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Tell me your name and your date of birth.
Buenos días, señor. Dígame su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Herminio Robles, 7 de mayo de 1983.
Herminio Robles, May 7th of 83.
Mr. Robles, you can put your right hand down.
Baja la mano.
Sir, as you stand here, you're currently charged with 2 crimes. The first crime is possession of heroin within 1,000 feet of a convenience business with the intent to sell or deliver. That's a first-degree felony, punishable up to 30 years in prison. Count 2 is possession of drug paraphernalia, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to a year in the county jail. Do you understand the 2 crimes you're charged with and the maximum possible punishment you're facing?
Bien, señor, se le acusa de 2 cargos. El primero es de tenencia de heroína a menos de 1,000 pies de un negocio con la intención de vender o distribuir. Eso es un delito de primer grado, sancionable con hasta 30 años de prisión. El segundo es de tenencia de vehículos de droga. Eso es una falta de primer grado, sancionable con hasta 1 año de cárcel. ¿Ha entendido ambos cargos y la sanción que acarrea cada una?
Sí.
Yes.
Standing here in the courtroom is your attorney, Ms. Cobb, from the Public Defender's Office.
Aquí en la oficina está la señorita Cobb el defensor público que se le ha designado para que lo represente.
Ms. Cobb, how would he like to resolve this case?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Robles would like to enter a no contest plea to the lesser included charge of possession of heroin and possession of drug paraphernalia. The negotiated plea is a withhold of adjudication, 18 months of drug offender probation, 75 hours of community service, and court costs.
Sí, su señoría. Él desea sentar declaración de no me opongo ante el cargo subsumido de tenencia de heroína y de tenencia de vehículos de droga. El acuerdo sería emitir un dictamen de culpabilidad en suspensión, 18 meses de libertad vigilada, 75 horas de servicio comunitario y pagar las costas judiciales.
Is this the agreement of the state?
Brian Morales, on behalf of the state, Your Honor, it is.
Este es el acuerdo de la fiscalía, sí, su señoría.
Mr. Robles, is this how you want to resolve the case?
Señor Robles, ¿es así como usted desea resolver su caso?
Sí.
Yes.
Ms. Cobb, do you have a criminal punishment code score sheet and plea form?
Licenciada, por favor, la hoja de cálculos.
Mr. Robles, as you stand here today, are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or other medication?
Señor Robles, ¿se encuentra usted hoy bajo los efectos de algún tipo de droga, alcohol o medicamento?
No.
No.
Have you ever been treated for a mental illness, emotional disturbance, or do you feel like you're suffering from such at this time?
¿Alguna vez ha recibido tratamiento para algún trastorno mental o emocional o siente que padece de algún trastorno de tal índole en este momento?
No.
No.
Do you read and understand the Spanish language?
¿Sabe leer y entender el español?
Sí.
Yes.
I've been given a document printed in Spanish called a plea form. I'm going to hold it up for you. I don't expect you to read it, but I want you to look at what I'm holding up.
Le voy a mostrar un documento, un formulario que es el formulario declaratorio, un convenio declaratorio. No espero que lo lea ahora en mis manos, pero que vea que lo tengo en mis manos. ¿Lo ve?
Sí, sí lo veo.
Yes, I see it.
It's a 2-page document. It's printed in Spanish. It has your name on it and your case number on it.
Es un documento de 2 páginas escrito en español en el que consta su nombre y el número de caso.
It has the plea, the sentence, and all of your rights.
En él consta el convenio, la sentencia y todos sus derechos.
Did you go over this document?
¿Usted leyó este documento?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Cobb or another public defender about the rights explained in this form?
¿Y tuvo la oportunidad de hablar con la señorita Cobb o con cualquier otro abogado con respecto a los derechos en este documento?
Sí.
Yes.
And were you able to either speak with them in Spanish or were you able to use an interpreter to assist you in discussing these rights?
¿Y pudo hablar con ellos ya sea en español o a través de un intérprete para que le explicaran estos derechos?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you feel like you were able to effectively communicate with your attorney?
¿Y pudo comunicarse efectivamente con su abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
Did they answer any questions you had about your rights as set out in this form?
¿Y pudieron aclarar cualquier duda que usted haya tenido con respecto a sus derechos en este formulario?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you initial each paragraph of this document indicating you understood what it said?
¿Y usted puso sus iniciales en cada uno de los párrafos indicando que entendía lo que leyó?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you sign on the last page?
¿Usted firmó en la última página?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you're entering a plea today, which means there will not be a trial in your case, and I will sentence you this morning?
Y entiende que está aceptando un convenio esta mañana, lo que significa que no habrá juicio y yo lo sentenciaré hoy mismo.
Sí.
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or coerced you to enter this plea?
¿Acaso alguien lo ha amenazado, obligado o coaccionado a que usted aceptase este convenio?
No.
No.
Other than what's been discussed here in open court, has anyone made any other promises to you about the sentence you'd receive?
Y además de lo que ya se ha mencionado aquí en plena sala, ¿acaso alguien le ha hecho alguna otra promesa para que aceptase este convenio?
No, no.
No.
Are you satisfied with the work Ms. Cobb's done in handling your case?
¿Se siente satisfecho con la asesoría de su abogada?
Sí, sí.
Yes.
Do you understand, sir, if you are not a citizen of the United States, entry of this plea would result in your deportation?
Y ha entendido de que si acaso no fuese ciudadano estadounidense, al aceptar este convenio puede quedar sujeto a deportación. ¿Lo entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Ms. Morales, factual basis.
Yes, Your Honor. On December 13th of 2019, law enforcement made consensual encounter with the defendant in the area of 4030 West Vine Street. A search in that encounter revealed that the defendant had about 22 bags of heroin for a total of 3 grams, and some miscellaneous currency totaling about $200. All these events occurred in Osceola County, Florida.
Fundamento fáctico, licenciada. El 13 de diciembre, un oficial de la ley se llegó en contacto con el acusado en el área del 4030 West Vine Street. Al hacer los registros, se encontraron 22 bolsitas que contenían heroína para un total de unos 3 gramos y otros artículos, lo que todo tenía un total de unos $200. Todo esto ocurrió en el condado de Osceola, la Florida.
Any objection to that factual basis for purposes of this plea?
No objection.
¿Alguna objeción a los fundamentos fácticos? Sin objeción.
Sir, I'm going to accept your plea. I find you alert and intelligent. Your plea is freely and voluntarily entered. You understand the nature of the charges, and you're represented by competent counsel with whom you say you're satisfied.
Señor, determino que ha tomado una decisión consciente, que entiende los derechos a los que ha renunciado y que ha aceptado el convenio libre y voluntariamente. También determino que existen fundamentos fácticos suficientes para sustentarlo, por lo que aceptaré el convenio.
I also find a factual basis for the acceptance of the plea. Is there any legal reason why sentence could not now be imposed, Ms. Cobb?
No legal reason.
Is your
¿Alguna
client
razón?
waiving a pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
¿Alguna razón legal por la que no podemos emitir la sentencia ahora, licenciada? No, su señoría. ¿Y él renuncia a la investigación previa a la sentencia? Sí.
Sir, the court having accepted your plea, I will sentence you as follows. On count 1, I will sentence you, I'll withhold adjudication and sentence you to 18 months of drug offender probation with the following conditions.
Bien, señor. Aceptaré el convenio y la sentencia será la siguiente. Ante el primer cargo se emitirá un dictamen de culpabilidad en suspensión. Serán 18 meses de libertad vigilada con las siguientes condiciones.
Number 1, that you spend 162 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit for 162 days time served.
Primero, se emitirán 162 días de cárcel, acreditándole los 162 días ya cumplidos.
Number 2, you report to Department of Corrections Probation no later than 4 p.m. Wednesday, June 17th, 2020.
Segundo, debe reportarse a la Oficina de la Libertad Vigilada a más tardar el miércoles 17 de junio a las 4 de la tarde.
Order that you comply with all terms and conditions of drug offender probation.
Debe cumplir con todas las condiciones y los términos de la libertad vigilada con condiciones de drogas.
I'll also order that you perform 75 hours of alternative community service at a minimum rate of 8 hours a month.
Debe cumplir con 75 horas de servicio comunitario a un mínimo de 8 horas mensuales.
I'll also order that you pay all statutorily required fines, fees, and costs associated with this case.
También deberá pagar todas las multas, recargos y gastos vinculados a este caso.
And for purposes of the record, count 1 is a plea to the lesser included offense of possession of heroin.
Y para que consten actas, el primer cargo es un convenio ante el cargo subsumido de tenencia de heroína.
On count 2, I will withhold adjudication.
En el segundo cargo se emitirá un dictamen de culpabilidad en suspensión.
I'll sentence you to 162 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit for 162 days time served.
Le sentenciaré a 162 días de cárcel, acreditándole los 162 días cumplidos.
Madam Clerk, can you announce all statutorily required fines, fees, and costs?
$410 court costs, a $3 teen court fee, $100 cost of prosecution, $100 PD lien, $100 PD assistance fee, a $350 drug case fine, and a $15 paraphernalia surcharge for a total of $1,078.
Bien, señor, los cargos y las multas todas se acumulan a un total de $1,078.
Sir, any reason you can't pay $40 a month towards your costs?
¿Alguna razón por la que usted no pueda pagar $40 mensuales, señor?
No.
No.
Here's what I'll do, sir. I'll make payment of your costs a condition of your probation.
Los pagos serán como condición de su libertad vigilada.
I'll order within 30 days of today's date, you begin making payments at a minimum rate of $40 a month until your costs are paid in full.
Dentro de un plazo de 30 días, comenzará a hacer los pagos de un mínimo de $40 mensuales hasta que salde toda la cantidad.
Anything else from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Cobb?
No, Your Honor.
Anything
Nada.
else, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Nada más de ninguna de las partes.
That's the judgment and sentence of the court. Sir, you are released on this case only. Make sure you report to probation.
Bien, señor, con eso terminamos el caso de hoy. Quedará en libertad. Asegúrese de reportarse al Departamento de Libertad Vigilada.
Judge Wooten, I'm sorry, how much time did you give him to report to probation?
4 p.m. tomorrow.
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Figueroa, can you inquire as to whether anybody else in the Osceola County Jail needs your services?
Sure thing, Your Honor. A los que están en la cárcel, ¿alguien más necesita el intérprete de español?
All right, thank you.
Not a
Does
problem.
anyone hold on, Mr. Figueroa, anyone in the courtroom need the services of the Spanish interpreter? I have one subject nodding his head. Do we know, is he represented? All right, Ms. Figueroa, can you stick with me? I've got an arraignment.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
We have one last minute person that says they need an interpreter.
Oh.
Change his mind.
All right, Mr. Figueroa, we actually have 2 more matters, if you can stay with me.
Sure thing, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and call the next inmate who needs an interpreter.
Have Figueroa.
All right.
That'd be on page 6 of the docket, Your Honor. Alex Johnson on behalf of Mr. Figueroa.
All right, so, and since our interpreter's name is Figueroa as well, I'll simply refer to our interpreter as Mr. Interpreter. Mr. Interpreter, the case numbers on these 2 cases are 2019 CF 1677, 2019 CF 2573. The defendant is standing at the lectern at the Osceola County Jail. Can you simply advise him that we're here on a competency status hearing today?
Señor, nos encontramos aquí en una audiencia de para saber el estatus de su competencia mental, si es competente.
Sí, yo soy competente, sí.
Yes, I am competent, yes.
All right. In the courtroom is Mr. Figueroa's attorney, Mr. Johnson.
En la sala está su abogado, el señor Johnson.
Mr. John.
Sí.
All right. Mr. Johnson, what is the status of the case?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Figueroa has been returned from the state hospital, if I may approach.
Su señoría, el señor Figueroa ha regresado del hospital estatal, si me permite entregarle la documentación.
The reason he's been returned from state hospital is because the state hospital has determined that Mr. Figueroa is non-restorable at state hospital due to the fact that his IQ is in the 0.4th percentile.
La razón por la que él ha regresado al hospital es porque en el hospital estatal han determinado que él no puede ser restaurado, ya que su nivel de inteligencia está dentro del 0,4%.
And at this time, the state hospital is recommending to adjudicate Mr. Figueroa non-restorable and dismissing his charges or civil commitment, as seen on page 12 of the report. It's the last page of the report.
En este momento el informe del hospital estatal ha sugerido que se determine que él no puede ser restaurado y que se retiren los cargos y que sea emitida domiciliariamente.
I was speaking with the state earlier this morning, and at the time we were talking about setting this for a status and having Dr. Skaczynski reevaluate Mr. Figueroa. But as I was looking at the report, I don't see that that would help, because even sending Mr. Figueroa to the state hospital, which is the most extreme circumstance that we can deal with in an incompetency case, even they can't restore him at this point.
Estaba hablando con la fiscalía y originalmente habíamos pensado en quizás tener una evaluación con el doctor Kaczynski, pero hemos determinado que eso la verdad no ayudaría mucho, porque incluso en el peor de los casos, cuando se trata de competencia, la última opción es enviarlos al hospital estatal, e incluso allí nos han dicho que no hay manera de que él pueda ser restaurado.
All right, so question one for the state attorney's office. Do you have any objection to me considering the state hospital report?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Question two, how do you, go ahead, Mr.
En este momento, Fiscalía tiene algo que opinar con respecto al estatus que se ha enviado. No, su señoría. Entonces, la próxima pregunta.
Question two, Ms. Morales, what's your position on how I should proceed at this time?
Actually, Your Honor, sorry, I think I misspoke. So we would be objecting, we would be requesting that another evaluation be done. The concern with this particular defendant is that the charges are of violent nature. And we just got this report this morning. I know it wasn't like purposeful, it was just technology wasn't cooperating. And we need to explore, we may need to explore civil commitment for this defendant.
Su señoría, la Fiscalía quisiera pedir que se emita una evaluación. El informe nos llegó justo esta mañana y no fue por el retraso, sino simplemente por problemas técnicos con la tecnología, pero dado que las acusaciones en este caso son con violencia, quisiéramos pedir una evaluación para tener otra opinión.
Here's what I will do. If I reset this case for a status hearing in 2 weeks, would that be sufficient time for the attorneys to consult and determine if there's an agreed course of action, number one? And then number two, what form of order I would need to sign to, A, if the agreement is I'm going to dismiss the charges, but B, order that he be evaluated for civil commitment, what form that order would need to take and who that order would need to be directed at.
Bien, entonces, si yo fijo una vista de seguimiento de aquí a 2 semanas para que ustedes los abogados puedan decidir qué rumbo tomar o qué dirección tomar con este caso, 1 y 2, en caso de que decidan si se desestima el caso, si tienen algún otro pedimento, enviar el formulario correcto y hacia quién iría dirigido ese formulario para la próxima acción que tomar en este caso.
I'm going to reset the status hearing in this case to Wednesday, July 1st, 2020 at 9 a.m.
Entonces voy a aplastar el caso para una vista de seguimiento para el 1 de julio del 2020, miércoles a las 9 de la mañana.
Mr. Johnson, can I have this copy of the state hospital report filed? Order that this be filed under seal in each of the cases.
Se archivará el informe del hospital estatal.
All right, Mr. Figueroa will remain in the Osceola County Jail until further order of the court.
Bien, el señor Figueroa se mantendrá en la cárcel del condado de Osceola hasta la próxima orden judicial.
All right. Mr. Interpreter, I have one more case on my arraignment docket to address. Ms. Rosas, do you know which defendant this is? All right, come on up, sir. Can someone get the headset for him? right, Mr. Interpreter, the defendant is standing at the lectern. He has the headset on.
Sí. Sí. Yes.
The defendant can hear me, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and swear the defendant in.
Please, you do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Lo juro.
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. Tell me your name and your date of birth.
Jaime Rodríguez, noviembre 4 de 1977.
Jaime Rodriguez, November 4th of 1977.
All right, sir, this is case number 2020 CF 257. You're charged with one crime, the crime of scheme to defraud, a third-degree felony, punishable by up to 5 years in prison.
Sí, entiendo.
Mr. Interpreter, did he hear that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Sir, you're set for arraignment today. It's my understanding that you plan to hire your own lawyer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
How far along are you in the process of hiring a lawyer?
Estoy esperando que decida una nueva vista para hoy mismo estar en la oficina de él para llegar a unos acuerdos y promover mi defensa.
I'm just waiting to know the date for the next hearing, and I'll be going to the attorney's office today to have some type of agreement.
Do you have a particular lawyer in mind?
Alexander Person.
Alexander Pearson?
Yes.
All right. And do you understand, or do you have an agreement with him as to how much money it's going to take for him to agree to represent you?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you anticipate that you'll have any problems paying the amount of money Mr. Pearson's requesting?
No, porque llegamos a unos acuerdos.
No, we already came to an agreement.
Okay. Here's what I'll do then. I will enter a plea of not guilty today. I will set you for a pretrial conference on Tuesday, September 1st, 2020, and a trial period starting Monday, September 14th, 2020.
Okay.
If, for some reason, Mr. Pearson and you don't follow through, and you've not hired a lawyer, you must be here on September 1st so we can talk about what your plan is for representation. If you have hired Mr. Pearson, he's probably going to waive your appearance, and then you just need to stay in touch with him to find out your next court dates. Does that make sense?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Sit down, wait for your paperwork, and make sure you follow up with Mr. Pearson, all right?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Right there?
All right, Mr. Figueroa, I believe that is the end of your services for Division 201. Thank you very much.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
You as well.
All right, Ms. Cobb, what else do you have this morning?
I have a plea for Eliud Baez Centino. He's in custody.
Okay. That was the arraignment I just did. Here's Mr. Robles' score sheet. I forgot to give you. Okay. Let's go ahead and swear in the defendant.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Morning, sir. Tell me your name and your date of birth.
My name is Elio Antonio Baez Centeno, 102882.
Sir, as you stand here, you're charged with 2 crimes. The first is delivery of heroin, a second-degree felony, punishment 15 years in prison. And count 2 is delivery or possession with intent to deliver drug paraphernalia, a third-degree felony, punishment of 5 years in prison. Do you understand those 2 crimes?
Yes, sir.
You understand the maximum possible punishment you're facing?
Yes, sir, I do.
Ms. Cobb, how does he want to resolve his case?
Yes, Mr. Baez Centeno would like to enter a no contest plea to delivery of heroin on count 1 and a no contest plea to delivery of drug paraphernalia on count 2. The recommended sentence in this case is 6 months in jail with credit for all the time that he served, followed by 18 months of supervised probation. While on probation, Mr. Baez Centeno is to complete the Bridges program. On the plea form, I say Bridges or Phoenix House, but we've settled on Bridges. He is to complete a drug evaluation and treatment. If he does the drug and alcohol treatment in the Bridges, that is sufficient, but he must submit proof to probation. He would have to submit to random drug tests. There is a 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew with an exception for work, 75 hours of community service, 5 hours per month, and court costs.
State, is this your agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
Do we know, is there a bed awaiting for him in Bridges?
So there is a bed available. That's why we settled on Bridges, because they had a bed available.
Okay.
My social services team is working on coordinating that, with getting him transported from the jail to Bridges, but he is supposed to stay in jail until a bed is available.
All right. Do you understand all of that, Mr. Santino?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you want to resolve your case?
Yes, sir.
As you stand here today, are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or other medication?
No, sir.
Have you ever been treated for a mental illness or emotional disturbance, or are you suffering from such at this time?
No, sir.
Do you read and understand the English language?
Yes, sir.
Your attorney has given me a document called a plea form. I'm holding it up. It's a 2-page document printed front and back. Has your name on it, your case number on it, the charges you're putting to, your rights, and the resolution. Does this document look familiar?
Yes, sir.
Did you go over this document?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to discuss all of your rights that you're giving up as set out in this document with Ms. Cobb?
Yes.
Did she answer any questions you had about your rights?
Yes, sir.
Did you initial each paragraph indicating that you read and understood what it said?
Yes, I did.
Did you sign on the last page?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you're entering a plea today, which means there will not be a trial in your case, and I will sentence you this morning?
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or coerced you to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Other than what's been discussed here in open court, has anyone made any other promises to you about the sentence you would receive?
No, sir.
Are you satisfied with the work Ms. Cobb's done in handling your case?
Yes, I am.
Do you understand, sir, if you were not a citizen of the United States, entry of this plea would result in your deportation?
Yes, sir.
State factual basis for the 2 counts?
Yes, Your Honor. On December 10th of 2019, the law enforcement conducted a controlled buy. The defendant accepted $40 of pre-sterilized funds in exchange for 4 baggies of heroin with fentanyl. That after the transaction was tested positive for heroin and fentanyl. And all of these events occurred in Osceola County, Florida.
Any objection to that factual basis?
No objection.
And this appears to be a stipulated departure sentence, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Anything you want to put on the record in regards to that decision?
It was just as a result of reviewing the facts and the circumstances of the case, as well as the defendant's history. I would like to note for the record that the defendant is going to end up being in either incarceration or supervision for the same period of time that would have been the bottom of the guidelines. But through this resolution, I think there's a better chance that the defendant can resolve his drug problems.
All right. And I see that there's $504.13 cost of investigation. Any objection to that?
No, sir, no objection. We spoke about that.
Okay. All right, sir, the court having accepted your plea. Well, I'm going to go ahead and accept your plea. I find you alert and intelligent. Your plea is freely and voluntarily entered. You understand the nature of the charges against you, and you're represented by competent counsel with whom you say you're satisfied. I do find a factual basis for the acceptance of the plea. Is there any legal reason why sentence should not now be imposed, Ms. Cobb?
No legal reason.
All right. All right, so the court having accepted your plea, I'm going to sentence you as follows. We'll start with count 1. I will adjudicate you guilty. I will sentence you to 189 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit for 189 days time served. That'll be followed by 18 months of supervised probation. Your conditions of probation are as follows. Number 1, remain in the Osceola County Jail until you can be transported directly to the Bridge Residential Drug Treatment Program. Number 2, reside in and successfully complete the Bridge Residential Drug Treatment Program. Number 3, contact Department of Corrections Probation once you arrive at the Bridges Residential Treatment Program to make them aware that you're there. Number 4, sign any type of release that the Bridge Residential Treatment Program needs in order to divulge information to your probation officer. Number 5, within 2 business days of successfully completing the bridge, report directly to the Department of Corrections Probation Office here in Osceola County, unless they've given you a different date to come in. Do you understand?
You said 2 days, sir?
2 working days.
Okay.
Okay? Unless you've already spoken to probation and they've given you an appointment date, in which case you can just go with what they said. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Once you have completed residential treatment, order that you begin performing 75 hours of alternative community service at a minimum rate of 5 hours a month. Order that while you're on probation, you be subject to random drug tests. Order that you show proof of your successful completion of the Bridges treatment program to your probation officer. I'm going to order that once you've completed the Bridges residential treatment program and you're back at your residence, that you remain in your residence each and every day from 10 p.m. all the way to 6 a.m. It needs to be your residence, sir. So whatever residence you've identified with Department of Corrections, probation, that's the place you need to be each and every day from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The one exception is I will allow probation to authorize you to deviate if you're required for work purposes, to either be staying out later or leaving home earlier, but you'll have to satisfy your probation officer whatever information they need to allow them to deviate from that curfew. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I'll order that you pay all statutorily required fines, fees, and costs associated with this case, including cost of investigation in the amount of $504.13 payable to the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. On count 2, I will adjudicate you guilty. I'll sentence you to 189 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit for 189 days time served, followed by 18 months of supervised probation. Your terms of and conditions of probation on count 2 are comply with everything I just explained to you on count 1. The sentence on count 2 is concurrent with the sentence on count 1. I will order again that you pay all of the costs. Madam Clerk, can you announce what those costs are, including the cost of investigation?
Yes, sir. That's gonna be $415 court costs, a $3 teen court fee, $100 cost of prosecution, $100 PD lien, $100 PD assistance fee, a $350 drug case fine, and $504.13 cost of investigation for a total of $1,572.13.
Sir, when you're not in custody, what do you do for a living? What kind of work do you do?
Well, I was unemployed at the moment, but I can get a job. I mean,
Last time you had a job, what kind of work were you doing?
lawn care service.
And what were you making in a typical week?
Excuse me?
How much money were you making in a typical week?
Well, I was getting paid $9 an hour, so probably about 300 or something like that.
Okay. Do you have any mortgages, child support orders, anything of that nature that you're required to pay every month?
No.
Okay. All right. And when you are out of custody, do you know where you're going to be living?
Not at the moment, sir.
Okay. Here's what I'll do, sir. Once you're done with the Bridges treatment program, I'll order that within 30 days of completing that program, you contact the clerk of the court here in Osceola County, set up a payment plan to pay directly to the clerk $30 a month, starting within 30 days of your completion of the Bridges program, each and every month till you paid your cost in full. I'll make it a condition of your probation that you show your probation officer that you're making your monthly payments as ordered by me. Do you understand?
Can you repeat that, sir? Sorry.
You're going to be paying directly to the clerk of the court because it's going to take you longer than 18 months to pay off your cost at $30 a month. So I'll have you pay directly to the clerk, but it is a condition of your probation that you're doing it. You need to show your probation officer your receipt each month that you paid your costs. You understand?
Okay, yeah. Yes.
All right. And that starts once you're done with residential treatment. All right?
Okay, sir.
All right.
What was the total?
$1,572.13.
$1,572.13. If you can figure out a way to legally pay that sooner, that's good for you because it's one less thing you have to worry about. And each and every month, when you pay your $30, the clerk's going to take $5 of that as a fee, and it's not going to go against your balance, okay? So if you can pay it off sooner, it's in your best interest to do so. Ms. Cobb, anything else?
No, sir.
State, anything else?
No, they are.
Madam Clerk, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, that's the order of the court. Defendant will remain in the custody of the Osceola County Jail pending his release to the Bridge Residential Treatment Program. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, do we have any other inmate cases that we can address? I'd like to get them finished up so they can shut down.
I have Christian Guyton, but I filed a waiver of arraignment and entered a plea of not guilty on his behalf.
Have dates been assigned for Christian Guyton? Let's go and swear him in.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, Mom.
All right, morning, sir. Tell me your name and your date of birth.
Christian Guyton, 42302.
Okay. Mr. Guyton, you're currently charged with the crime of battery on a juvenile detention or commitment faculty staff. Your attorney is present in the courtroom, Ms. Roses from the Public Defender's Office. She's entered a plea of not guilty on your behalf. I will set your pretrial conference on September 2nd, and your trial period will begin on September 14th. Ms. Roses, have you received a plea offer from the state at this time?
No, Your Honor, there's no offer at this time.
All right. So, Mr. Guyton, at this point, you're set for pretrial conference on September 2nd. If the state makes a plea offer on your case, Ms. Roses will be contacting you to discuss that. I'm sure she'll also be contacting you to discuss preparation of your case, all right? Okay, that's the order of the court in regards to Mr. Guyton. Have a good day, sir. All right, Mr. Johnson, do you have any inmates left?
No, Your Honor, no more inmates.
And Ms. Cobb, any inmates left?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Roses, any inmates left? All right, Osceola Jail, do you have anybody left that is waiting to see me?
We're finished, Your Honor.
Okay, y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
All right, so we have matters off the 845 arraignment docket. I've got Brandy back.
Rose Rosas on behalf of Ms. Back. In this case, we would just waive her arraignment and enter a plea of not guilty.
Has she authorized you to do that?
Well, Your Honor, she was here. I think she's in the bathroom right now.
Okay.
And I do represent Ms. Back in another case, so.
So she's arrived here at the courthouse today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I think she's outside.
Has the state made an offer for her to consider?
Not yet, I believe so. On her first case, 19 CF 3526, there was an offer conveyed for 8 months. I didn't have an objection to this one being concurrent to it. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
We're trying to send her to mental health court on both cases, so.
How far along is that process?
Well, I know we already submitted the referral on the first case, but now we're gonna have to amend it to add this case. So we'll have to submit a new referral.
State, when would speedy trial normally expire on the case that's on the docket today?
Should be somewhere around the 1st of December, Your Honor.
Ms. Roses, if I gave this the 9/2/9/14 dates, do you think that's enough time to get an answer on mental health court?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so in Ms. Back's case, I'll enter a plea of not guilty. I will set pretrial conference on September 2nd, trial period September 14th, unless the case gets referred to mental health court. All right, next I have Matthew D'Oria.
Morning, Your Honor. Alex Jones.
Let's go ahead and swear him in.
Raise your hand, please. Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. Tell me your name and your date of birth.
Matthew D'Oria, 12/30/1989.
Mr. D'Oria, you're currently charged with 2 crimes. The first is possession of methamphetamine, a 3rd-degree felony, punishable to 5 years in prison. And count 2 is possession of drug paraphernalia, a 1st-degree misdemeanor, punishable to a year in the county jail. The Office of the Public Defender has been appointed to represent you in this matter. Mr. Johnson, is this your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how does he want to proceed at this time?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, we'll enter a plea of not guilty on his behalf. State, your information suggests that speedy trial would normally expire on August 23rd. Is that correct? Here's what I'll do. I'll go ahead and set this case for the September 2nd, pretrial September 14th trial period. Is there an offer for the defendant to consider?
Yes, Your Honor. It would be an adjudication of guilt of 18 months supervised probation, 75 hours of community service, drug evaluation treatment, random urinalysis, whatever credit time served he has on the case, and the court cost.
All right, so Mr. D'Oria, the purpose of arraignment is to make sure you've got a lawyer. We've done that. Tell you the charges. We've done that, and give you future court dates. So we've done all the things that we need to do for arraignment. Sometimes the state attorney's office will make plea offers to resolve cases at arraignment, and I will accept pleas at arraignment if a defendant wants to take the offer. I don't expect any defendant to plea at arraignment. I don't have any problem if you want to talk to your lawyer some more about the case. But by the same token, I don't want to stand in the way if someone says, that's fine with me. I don't want to come back to the courthouse. I just want to get going with whatever the sentence is. So if you're not interested in the offer, that's fine. Before you leave the courtroom, make sure you have exchanged contact information with the public defender. Before you leave the courthouse, make sure you've scheduled an office conference to discuss your case before that September 2nd pretrial. The sooner you answer certain questions from Mr. Johnson, the sooner he'll know how to proceed on your defense and the more work he can get done on your behalf. Does that make sense? Mr. Johnson, anything else?
Hang on.
All right, sir, sit down, sign for your paperwork, get your office conference scheduled, and we'll see you back in September. Okay. I have Emmanuel Kabede, showing the public defender. Is Mr. Johnson your public defender? Oh, okay. Okay, all right, come on up, sir.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, good morning. In a nice loud voice, tell me your name and date of birth.
Emmanuel Kabir, 12/29/1999.
Sir, as you stand here, you're currently charged with 2 crimes. The first is count 1, possession of a controlled substance, a 3rd-degree felony, punishable to 5 years in prison. Count 2 is possession of drug paraphernalia, a 1st-degree misdemeanor, punishable to a year in the county jail. The office of the public defender has been assigned to represent you, but no particular public defender in this division has yet been assigned your case. Standing next to you is Ms. Roses. She's one of the public defenders. What plea do you want to enter at this time, Ms. Roses?
Not guilty.
All right. Sir, I'll enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf. State, I'm showing that speedy trial would normally expire on August 16th. Is that what you're showing?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Sir, I'm going to set you for a pretrial conference on September 2nd, 2020, and a trial period that starts September 14th, 2020. I'm going to order before you leave the courtroom today, you exchange contact information with the Office of the Public Defender, and I'll order that next week on no later than Thursday, June 25th, you call the Office of the Public Defender to find out which public defender has been assigned to the case and schedule an office conference to discuss your case with them. The sooner you talk to your assigned public defender, the sooner they can get answers on certain questions that they have to know in order to decide how to defend the case. So the sooner you talk to them, the sooner they're working actively to help you. Does that make sense? All right. Is there an offer for the defendant to consider today?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant actually qualifies for the pretrial diversion level 2 program that the state attorney's office has. I can print that out for his review and send an email to counsel if she wants to discuss.
All right, so very quickly, sir, the purpose of arraignment is to tell you the charges, make sure you've got an attorney give you court dates. I've done all those things. You may have heard me say a moment ago, sometimes the state attorney's office makes offers to people to resolve their case. And if they want to take that offer, that's fine with me. I don't intend to stand in the way of that. In your case, the state attorney is offering an opportunity to go through something called a diversion program. You basically do certain things, take a class, pay the cost of prosecution. If you do those things, the state dismisses the charge at the end of that process. If you want to do that, that's fine. If you aren't sure about doing that, that's fine as well. Ms. Roses can talk to you a little bit. You already have your court dates. If you decide that you're not going to go into the diversion program, we'll just see you back on September 2nd. If you do decide to do the diversion program, then we'll call you back up and give you a date to get it done, okay? All right, you can step back and talk to Ms. Roses. Morning, Mr. Jenkins.
Morning, Your Honor.
What brings you back to Division 201?
Mr. Principe, we had a motion to quash set.
And is Mr. Principe here to tell me why I should quash the capias?
Nope, he didn't show up this morning.
Okay. Well, that gives me pause in granting any relief under the circumstances.
And Judge, the bondsman said they're not coming back on the bond because of communication issues.
Okay.
So that basically ties Your Honor's hands.
All right. I will deny the motion to quash capias and reinstate bond in this matter. It was docketed for 10 a.m. or 9:30?
10 a.m.
10 a.m.? Okay. It's now 10:15, and I'm assuming, Mr. Jenkins, you've had no confirmation of his attendance today?
I spoke with him yesterday. I have not had any contact with him this morning. We've attempted to make contact with him and his emergency contact, and no
Okay,
contact made.
all right. I'll deny the motion at this time. If he wanders in at some point later, since the bondsman's not going back on,
He's got to be reprocessed.
he's got to be rearrested under any set of circumstances. Then he can post his new bond.
Well, there is a favorable plea offer. I was hoping to resolve it with the plea offer, but if he's not here, can't do anything.
I'll leave it to you to decide how long you want to wait in hopes
Judge,
of
I've been
getting
trying to
this.
get a hold of him for 30 minutes, so I don't think that he's going to show
All
up.
right, well, thank you for coming down. Sorry it didn't work out.
All right, see you next time.
Yep, have a good day. So then I'm showing Anthony Joel Reyes for VOP arraignment.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Morning, sir. Tell me your name and your date of birth.
Anthony Joel Reyes, 07/16/1999.
Sir, you previously were placed on probation for possession of more than 20 grams of cannabis. It's now been alleged that you violated your probation in this matter. I see that you filled out an application for criminal indigent status. The clerk of the court has reviewed that application and find that you qualify for the services of the public defender. I will appoint the public defender to represent you in this matter. I'm going to enter a denial at this point in time. I'm going to set you for a violation of probation status hearing on Thursday, July 9th, 2020 at 9 a.m. Who's the state on Mr. Reyes's violation?
Ann Olvera on behalf of the state.
Ms. Olvera, is there an offer for him to consider today or other action on the violation?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Reyes, before you leave the courtroom today, exchange contact information with the public defenders. Number two, next week, Thursday, June 25th, call the Office of the Public Defender to find out which public defender's been assigned to your case and schedule an office conference to talk to them about your case before that July 9th status hearing. The point of July 9th is for me to have some sense on how your case is proceeding, whether I need to set it for a full hearing, whether there's going to be some kind of resolution. Also, sir, have you been reporting to your supervising officer while this violation has been pending?
Yes.
Then I'll order that you continue to report to your officer as previously directed while this violation of probation is proceeding. Mr. Johnson, anything else I need to do?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that is the order of the court in regards to Mr. Reyes.
Thank you.
And I'm showing Rodrigo Nakima Degadal.
Yes, Your Honor, that's my client. I waived his appearance and I'll be entering a plea of not guilty.
Okay.
I filed the formal waiver this morning. But I got information from the person who bonded him out of jail that he's in deportation proceedings to go back to Brazil.
Okay.
And the reason why they haven't transported him is because of COVID-19. And so I'm in the process of, he's at the detention center on John Young. So I need to communicate with them to see how we can perhaps handle this case before he goes to Brazil, because I would hate for there to be a warrant and the person who bonded him out to lose his money potentially. So I just wanted to inform the state and the court that that's what's going on.
Do you know, when you say he's in the detention center on John Young, is he in the custody of the United States of America?
Yes. So what happened was there was an ICE hold, but he bonded. And so, of course, because of the hold, he wasn't able to walk the streets. So that's what happened.
He was basically transported from the Osceola County Jail straight to ICE's custody?
Correct.
Okay. State, do you have any reason to doubt any of that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay? So, Ms. Cobb, what would you like me to do at this point?
Well, I need to, this is a case of first impression for me. I've never dealt with this. If I could have another court date, some dates, and then I could maybe provide that proof to the state attorney's office and we can come to a resolution at that point. But I just like another court date.
Okay. Just a couple thoughts. I don't mind doing that. I have never dealt with a defendant who was in the custody of the immigration authorities. In the past, as a lawyer, I dealt with cases where a defendant was in the custody of the United States on a criminal charge and/or on a criminal sentence. And there's a whole process that prosecutors can go through to get somebody released from federal custody and transferred to the jurisdiction of the state of Florida to resolve cases. It's a long process, and at the end of the day, it's completely discretionary in the United States of America to decide whether they're going to release that person or not. But I don't know if that process exists for someone in this circumstance. So that may be something the state wants to investigate to find out what we're going to be able to do, if anything.
Your Honor, the state could try to put in a transport order. Could we get a date to?
Here's what I'm sure of. If a lowly state judge like myself simply signs a transport order, it will end up in some federal paper recycling bin with no action taken. Because the same thing happens if I order somebody to be transported from federal custody to state custody. Like I said, if they're serving a federal criminal sentence, the prosecutor has to send something called it's either a 9-point letter or 11-point letter. They need me to certify that there's actually a case. I think the prosecutor has to jump up and down on one leg with their left hand raised during the process. And then if it's a Tuesday and the wind's blowing from the correct direction, it's possible that the United States of America may deign to allow the defendant to come back to state custody to resolve their case. So I know a transport order is not going to work. Then the only issue is whether there's a similar process for someone in immigration custody. Maybe there is. My suspicion is that the immigration authorities are not going to release the defendant back to state custody. Then the only issue is whether there's some kind of plea in absentia that y'all can work out, or the state wants to make another decision on the case. So, in any event, all Ms. Cobb really wanted from me was a date. So I will give Ms. Cobb a date. I'll just say September 2nd, September 14th, to see if that doesn't fall off. I do want the court minutes to reflect that it's a plea of not guilty. The defendant appears to be in the custody of ICE, subject to a deportation. State and defense to explore either a method to have him transferred to state custody or a way to resolve the case without. And we'll readdress the case on the 2nd or whenever y'all have an answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And have we already took care of Hermino Robles, correct?
Correct.
So I'm showing that's the end of the docket. Does someone believe we have other cases? State, anything we've not addressed? Defense, anything we've not addressed? Madam Clerk? Bert, anything you want to share? You haven't said anything about my haircut yet? Okay, you're waiting until I go off record?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Judge Schreiber, and we're here for initial appearances. Looks like we have everybody but the interpreter who's on their way. Let me get appearances beginning with the state.
Maria Morales on behalf of the state.
Thank you. For the defense.
Adam Scholl, Public Defender's Office, Your Honor.
And for PTR.
Officer Ray Okendo.
Anybody else? I don't think so. All right. We're setting the... I know you've all seen a movie. Let me just summarize what you just saw. The purpose of the proceeding today is to determine whether or not... Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we just can't, Your Honor, we just can't see you, but we can hear you.
Can you see her now?
Now we can't see you.
We're gonna change the TV. Can we angle the TV on the top to point to me? I'm gonna stay right here. We're gonna do our best, counsel, to see if we can get it fixed.
We can see you now, Your Honor.
All right, good, thank you. Somebody must have kicked the cart. All right, so we're gonna appoint counsel if you can't afford it. I want to make sure you all understand that you have the right to remain silent. I urge you to exercise that right. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a future proceeding. I'm going to advise you of the nature of the charges against you and determine whether or not there's probable cause for those charges, unless it's a warrant case. If you were picked up pursuant to a warrant, probable cause was determined by the judge that issued the warrant. I'm going to set any bonds or conditions of release and make a determination as whether or not you are entitled to a bond or conditions of release. We have one gentleman who requires the services of a Spanish interpreter today, and that is Mr. John Martinez. If anybody else is needing a Spanish interpreter, raise your hand. Necesite un español. Anybody? And we'll get you added to the list.
There's one more, Your Honor.
Who is that?
Number. LeBron, Your Honor. Christian LeBron Alea.
All right, we'll move them to the interpreter pile. Thank you. When I call your name, step up to the front.
1 second, Your Honor, for the Spanish interpreter. There's one other individual.
Okay.
Rivera Rodriguez, Your Honor. Wilfredo. That's it? Yeah, you're on the list.
Wilfredo Rodriguez, okay. James Cobb.
Your Honor, Mr. Cobbs has waived his rights to hear the charges read, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you at this time. A warrant was issued previously finding probable cause. However, you are entitled to a bond. Does the state care to be heard on the setting of the bond?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Bond is set at $10,000 on the sole count in the warrant. You're to have no contact with the alleged victim or her immediate family.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next court date on the man.
Jackery McCullough.
PD approved.
Mr. McCullough, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are here based upon a warrant that was issued for alleged violation of your probation or community control. Sir, unfortunately, I've been provided information that you are what is termed a violent sorry, this mask is a little too tight. A violent felon of special concern. And under the statute, which this court must follow, you're not entitled to a bond at these proceedings, but are to be brought back before the initial judge. And we're going to try and get that done as quickly as practicable, but as of today, I'm setting your bond at no bond at this time.
Your Honor, if I may?
You may.
On the situation for the VOP, he has a bond for the VOP. I just want to make sure, he's being held because of that statute of the violent offender.
Yes, I'll leave the bond in the VOP at $1,000, but he's not to be released until he's brought back before Judge Morgan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
Next court date, June 26th, in courtroom 5F at 8:15 a.m.
Jalik Scott.
PD approved, or actually just he has attorney.
Does not.
Attorney John Zaleski's on record for him.
You did? You have counsel. Your counsel is not here. Attorney John Gillespie has apparently filed a notice of appearance already in this case. Regional Conflict Counsel. In any event, we don't have Regional Conflict Counsel. I'm going to temporarily appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you for purposes of this proceeding today. We'll deal with any representation issues down the road. You are charged with the following, and the state has already filed an information for one count of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon on a law enforcement officer and aggravated fleeing or attempting to elude a law enforcement officer causing injury or damage. Probable cause was previously found. Bond on count 1 was set by the issuing judge at $15,000. On count 2 at $10,000. You're to have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim, co-witness, or any defendant or any witness in this case. You're not to return to the scene of the offense. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You also have a case against you for grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle. Again, probable cause was previously found. Bond in that case is set at $2,500. And your dates are as follows.
Next court date for 2020, CS 13.
Can you say that again?
And 20 CS 1666.
We couldn't hear it, Your Honor, the court dates.
Can you hear anything she's saying?
Just barely, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see if we can get closer to a mic over there. It's longer than that, though.
Okay.
Next court date for 2020 CF 1638 and 2020 CF 1666, June 29th in courtroom 5F at 8:15 a.m.
And Judge, this defendant is out on bond for case 20 CF 1254. Are you gonna take action on that?
Is that the shooting or throwing a missile into an occupied vehicle?
No, Judge, those are charges of conspiracy to commit robbery with a firearm.
Yep, I'm going to revoke his conditions of release, set his bond at 0 at this time. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Michael Sussman.
PD approved.
Honor.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are here based upon a failure to appear on a written promise. Judge Jan Savich set your bond at 0. It indicated that the bond could be modified by the IA judge. I am, in fact, modifying that bond and giving you a $2,000 bond.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much. I promise I won't miss my next court date.
Next court date, June 25th in courtroom 5B at 8:05 a.m.
Dakota Easters.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, battery, simple touching or striking, and retaliating against the victim or witness. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find this probable cause for the charges. Pretrial release, pretrial detention has indicated that the alleged victim has moved out of the residence.
Yes, Judge, an interview that we had over the phone this morning, the victim is requesting no contact and has stated that has moved out of the residence.
Okay. Then bond is set at $3,500 on the aggravated battery charge, $100 on the simple battery charge, $150 on the second felony count. You are to have no contact with the alleged victim. It does not appear that alcohol or drugs were an issue in the facts of this case. State, did I miss that, or do you agree?
I would agree, Your Honor.
Okay. That's it for the bond conditions.
Next court date on demand.
William Etheridge.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with leaving the scene of an accident with property damage and driving while license suspended or revoked with knowledge, second conviction. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there is probable cause for the charges. Let me hear from pretrial release.
Judge, this defendant has some extensive history going back to 1982. His last arrest came in 2014. All charges which he was found guilty. Producing and cultivation of marijuana, which he was found guilty. Destroying evidence, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of marijuana under 20 grams. He does qualify for direct PTR.
Any objection to direct PTR by the state?
No objection, Your Honor.
I will release you under direct PTR conditions. I feel like this may not work, but I'm going to impose this anyway as a condition of your release. You are not to drive with a suspended or revoked driver's license. If you are, you're going to be arrested again as a violation of your release conditions.
Next court date 1507 and 1508, July 27th, in courtroom 5B at 8:30 a.m.
Michael Knopfsinger.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with 1 count of trespass on property, not a structure or conveyance. The charging affidavit reflects there is in fact probable cause against you, or probable cause that you have committed this crime. Does he qualify for direct PTR?
Yes, he does, Judge.
Any objection by the state?
No objection from the state, Your Honor. We would just ask that the conditions of release include no return to the prison.
I am releasing you under direct PTR conditions. One of the conditions of your release is that you are not to return to the Fun Spot located on Florida Plaza Boulevard in Kissimmee.
Judge, you ordered no return.
I did, no return.
Next court date, July 8th, in courtroom 40 at 8:30 a.m. And there's the interpreter, so you can call him in, so whenever they do the lights get it.
I may not see it, so you'll see it, right? Okay. Javier Ortiz Burgos.
PD approved.
He's in the hospital, Judge.
Okay. We will reset this for tomorrow. Nope, we're going to reset this for, based upon his availability upon release from the hospital. All right? Michael Rivera.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you on both of these cases. You're charged with driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs and knowingly giving a false statement to law enforcement officer and providing a false official statement. I find probable cause for the charges. Does he qualify for direct PTR?
Yes, he does, Judge.
Any objection by the state?
No objection from the state, Your Honor. Because there's the DUI allegation, we would request random testing for substance abuse, and then as well as no alcohol.
I am going to release you under direct PTR conditions for all 3 counts. And on the DUI charge only, I'm going to impose the condition of random drug testing, and you are not to, as a condition of that charge, take any illegal substances or alcohol.
I'm sorry, Judge, the testing was drugs and alcohol or just alcohol?
No, the testing is only alcohol. Okay. All right, I will in a second.
Next court date for 2020 CT 1509 and 2020 NM 1437, July 20th, on courtroom 4A at 9:30 a.m.
Before we do the one reset, we're going to do the Spanish interpreter. Okay, do we have the interpreter on the phone? Do we have the interpreter on the phone?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Theodore Leal, Spanish interpreter. The interpreter has already been sworn, Your Honor.
Wonderful, thank you. Calling the case of John Martinez.
Case number 2020 NM 1435.
Mr. Martinez, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Señor Martínez, estoy designando a la oficina de la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente legalmente.
Please confirm by raising your hand that you understand and can hear the interpreter.
Para indicarme que usted escucha y entiende al intérprete, levante la mano derecha.
The hand has been raised, thank you.
Gracias.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of battery, unlawful touching, or striking.
Señor, usted tiene un cargo de agresión física o hacer contacto físico ilegalmente.
I have reviewed the charging affidavit and do find there is probable cause for the charge.
Yo he revisado el escrito de indicio de culpa y veo que sí hay justificación para este cargo.
Bond is set at $500.
La fianza es de $500.
You're to have no contact with the, counsel, ask your client if he lives in the community where the security guard patrols.
Quiero saber si vive en la comunidad, abogado.
I can't hear you, sir.
I don't speak Spanish, Your Honor, so if the interpreter can ask.
Okay, interpreter, could you ask, well, let's just have the interpreter ask. Mr. Martinez, do you live in the community where this incident occurred?
Martín, en la comunidad ocurrió
You're breaking up, Mr. Interpreter. Could you say again?
Señor Martín.
We're losing you.
Usted vive donde ocurrió el incidente, señor Martínez.
We can't, you're coming through really warbled. I don't know what happened.
We'll try again, Your Honor. There was a lot of background noise, too, on this end.
Okay, that's better.
Okay.
Say that again, please. Ask him if he lives in the community where the incident occurred.
Señor Martínez, ¿usted reside o vive en la comunidad donde ocurrió ese incidente?
Nod your head yes or no.
Yes. Diga sí o no.
Okay.
Yes.
Then I'm ordering there to be no hostile contact with the alleged victim in this case.
Entonces, le prohíbo que tenga contacto con hostilidad con la presunta víctima de este caso.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me ask about his history, please.
Judge, this defendant, he's out on state probation for an Osceola case 18-CF-2521, shooting, throwing a missile into an occupied vehicle. Before you receive, or after you receive the paperwork for pretrial release, he was given a violation of probation by the probation officer. That's an added charge. So he'll be back here in front of you tomorrow for violation of probation on that probation case.
Su señoría, él tenía un caso, él estaba bajo prueba en Osceola en el caso 18-12521 por hacer disparos o ataques a un vehículo ocupado. Usted recibió fue después de eso el informe del Departamento de Libertad Provisional por la violación a la libertad vigilada, así que él vendrá aquí mañana otra vez para responder por el cargo de violación a los términos de su libertad vigilada.
Well, I'm going to find an on-view violation of his probation at this time.
Creo que entonces es una violación al régimen de prueba en este momento.
Set his bond on that at 0.
No le voy a dar fianza por esa violación al régimen de prueba.
Until such time as he's brought before Judge Morgan.
Hasta que lo tengan frente al juez Morgan.
And Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't sure. Is he on two separate probations? One state probation and a local probation, Your Honor?
Él tiene dos periodos de prueba, su señoría, un plazo de prueba por el Estado y otro plazo por el municipio.
We're only aware of a state probation, Judge.
Vamos a
only
hacer que hay del Estado.
I only show the 2018 CF 2521 case.
El caso TF 2521.
All right, dates?
Next court date for 2020, MM 1435, still in jail, June 25th, if out July 13th, in court 4E at 10:30 a.m.
Sorry, your interpreter could not hear one word. Sorry about that. Too far from the microphone, I think.
Next court date for 2020, MM 1435, if still in jail, June 25th, if out July 13th, in courtroom 4E at 10:30 a.m.
En el caso 20mm1435, si está todavía en la cárcel, la audiencia será el 25 de junio. Si ya ha salido de la cárcel, será el 13 de julio en la sala 4E a las 10:30 de la mañana.
All right, next case, Christian LeBron Ayala.
PD approved. Case number 2018, MM 4189.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Señor, estoy designando a la oficina de la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente legalmente.
You are here based upon a warrant that was issued for failure to appear at a CDP rejection hearing.
Señor, usted está aquí por una orden de arresto, por una incomparecencia ante el tribunal en una audiencia CDB.
Your bond was set at 0 by Judge Arendas, where it will remain for now.
La jueza Arenda no le dio fianza, la fianza le quedó en 0, no hay fianza y así va a quedarse sin fianza.
Your Honor, if I may, Your Honor, was there proper notice given? Being in the jail, we don't have internet access or anything to that effect. Was there notice given to the client for the appearance, Your Honor?
Esta es una notificación, su señoría.
We are checking, sir.
Estamos revisando. Gracias.
It appears on February 10th, we mailed it to 3634 Sail Harbor Drive, Kissimmee, Florida, 34746, and we have mail return on February 19th. And nothing after that, that's on the 21st.
Did you hear that, counsel?
I heard about the February 10th, and after that, I didn't hear the rest, Your Honor.
I'll make her say it again.
February 10th, we mailed the notice to 3634 Sail Harbor Drive, Kissimmee, Florida, 34746, and we had return mail February 19th, where on the 21st of February, that's when the warrant was issued because that's when he had court.
Return mail as in it was delivered or failure to deliver? What do you mean by return mail?
Return to sender, not deliverable. That's what it shows stamped on the...
El 10 de febrero se le mandó, pero parece que se le devolvió el correo. La dirección era 3634 Margaret, el código 34746, pero le devolvieron el correo, no llegó, y el 219 devolvieron el correo, y el 221 se emitió la orden de arresto.
So notice was provided, whether or not he provided the correct address. I'm going to let you take it up with the issuing judge.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Usted tiene que arreglar con eso entonces.
Next court date, June 25th, in courtroom 5B at 8:05 a.m.
Y la próxima cita es el 25 de junio en la sala 5B a las 8:05 de la mañana.
Next case is Wilfredo Rivera Rodriguez.
PD approved. Case number 2020, CT 354.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Estoy designando a la oficina de la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente legalmente.
You're here because Judge Jan Savich issued a warrant for violation of your probation or community control.
Usted está aquí porque la juez Jansevich dictó un auto de detención por violar el régimen de prueba o de control comunitario.
and specifically for failing to remain at liberty without violating any laws.
Específicamente porque mientras estuvo en libertad no se pudo mantener sin cometer ningún tipo de infracción.
Among other alleged violations, so your bond will be set at 0.
Y además de que también hubo otras infracciones, así que su fianza no se le otorgará, será 0.
Next court date, June 25th, in courtroom 5B at 8:05 a.m.
La próxima comparecencia será el 28 de junio en la sala 5B a las 8:05 de la mañana.
All right, the only one we have left is Jose Davila. I don't believe he needed an interpreter, correct?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, then with the court's thanks to the interpreter, you're free to go.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Jose Davila,
Yes, ma'am.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged in 2 cases with the following: possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, synthetic cannabis, drug equipment possession and/or use, and loitering and prowling. You are also charged with possessing or using drug equipment and introduction of drugs into a detention facility. Probable cause exists for all of the charges. May I hear from PTR?
Judge, this defendant has some extensive history, criminal history going back to 2005, to include a charge of robbery with strong arm, which he was found guilty in 2009. Has a total of 6 failure to appears, 5 times a DOC. His last arrest came in February 2020, where he was found guilty for possession of drug paraphernalia. Many of his prior arrests are drug-related. He does qualify for pretrial release.
For direct PTR?
Yes, Judge.
What says the state?
State would be concerned with his history, but based on our administration, it's a nonviolent offense, so.
It is. Based on the nature of these offenses, I am going to release you under direct PTR as to all counts. You are going to be subject, however, to random drug testing as a condition of your release.
Judge, would you include no possession or consuming any illegal drugs?
Yeah, no possessing or consuming any illegal drugs.
And you want that on both orders, Judge?
I want that on, no, I only want that on the one where he's got a possession count.
Next court date for 2020, CF 1679 and 1680 on demand.
So which case gets the conditions? Just the possession? Thank you.
You may be seated, sir. Anybody else who we didn't call yet, counsel?
Everyone was called, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
I think there might be a couple of conflict counsel people.
Is Mr. Zaleski over there?
He's not here, so I didn't know if he was over there.
No.
He was here with me this morning. All right, well, let's go ahead and do your cases since you are there.
And there's another one, Heil with an H. How do you spell that? H-E-I-L. We just didn't know who his attorney was.
I believe he's representing himself, but let me check.
Yeah, he seems to know what, he says he's got a plea deal worked out. Yeah, it's already signed, he said.
His is a TR.
Oh.
So
Okay,
you guys don't represent him because you're not allowed to be appointed for that.
okay, that explains it, thank you.
Okay.
That explains, yep, I think that's all the questions we have, right?
Are you calling or am I calling? Am I calling?
I can call.
It's up to you.
I can call.
Put your microphone down.
Okay. Baman Habib Zadigan.
Marcia Sampson on behalf of Bauman Habib Zagigan.
Are you on record?
I am.
Okay, so the lights went out over there.
Yeah, none of my lights work. Samson, it looks like you guys are asking for a continuance.
Yes, Your Honor. He is pending. He's under a court order to be evaluated in his felony case, and that evaluation is set to be conducted by Dr. Skaczynski. It's been reset a couple times due to his in-custody status, but he is set to have a competency status hearing in his felony case on June 26th, I do believe.
Have you guys filed any motions in this case, though?
He came back from the state hospital, and this court found him competent in March when he came back over defensive objection at a status hearing. So now I'm just waiting on him to be reevaluated. We have concerns as to his competency. So I'm waiting. He's under a court order. It's already been ordered in the felony case, and so I'm just waiting for that new evaluation to take place. And I've discussed this matter with Ms. Card as well.
Okay, but procedurally where we're at is even though you objected, I made a ruling and there's no other motion that's been filed.
Yes, Your Honor, so I'm asking for a continuance because when I get the new report from Dr. Skaczynski, if he finds him incompetent, I'll be able to file the motion with that evaluation.
Ms. Card, do you have a position on the matter?
Your Honor, state has no objection to a motion to continue in light of seeing there is a competency status scheduled in the felony case. So if the court is willing, state has no objection to wait to readdress this matter after it's been dealt with in felony court.
Well, I'm not waiting until it's been dealt with in felony court because nothing is pending in this court regarding a competency issue.
Yes, Your Honor.
What I will do is I'll grant continuance to August 25th, and if you don't have anything by then, we're proceeding forward unless you can file the proper motions.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Jimmy Hill? Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Jimmy Howe, 8/21/78.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. All right, Mr. Hill, it looks like you actually pled out on May 8th to the charges that this traffic infraction was consolidated with. In light of the plea and the sentencing, I'm going to dismiss the traffic infraction.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Gillespie's in there to be found. Christopher Isby. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Christopher Isby, 1783.
Thank you, sir. Appearance for defense.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elinette Perez on behalf of Mr. Isby.
So the information I've received is that this matter is being referred to drug court. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Ms. Card?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has all the paperwork been filled out?
I am covering on behalf of Mr. Lopez. He said that everything is good to go, but I will confirm with him.
All right, well, make sure it's good to go because I'm taking it off my docket. It will reappear if there's a problem with drug court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Jesse Jennings.
Elinette Perez on behalf of Jesse Jennings.
Where is Mr. Jennings?
He's in Ada County, currently in Columbia County.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I believe that Mr. Lopez is working on a plea in absentia for this case, so we would ask for it to be set, well, actually, I don't know if we need to set a plea date or if we just file that with the court once we receive it.
Well, if you're gonna do a plea in absentia, he can just provide the documentation that's needed to do it.
Then we will do that, Your Honor.
So for pleas in absentia, that's a fully executed notarized plea form, fingerprint card, and any court costs. Ms. Card, do you know what the terms were?
Yes, Your Honor. The terms of the agreement are an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and costs.
That would be $273, Ms. Perez.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, yes, that's right. Ben LaCour. I don't know, me, you, me.
Marcia Sampson on behalf of Ben LaCour. I know my form indicated that we were putting this on the trial docket, but with further discussion, my client would like to request a continuance. This is intertwined with a felony that's set for trial in July, and obviously, because of COVID, his felony trial keeps getting bumped, so just to avoid any issues with the felony case, he would feel more comfortable resolving this possession case after the felony resolves. So we're asking for a continuance.
The request for continuance is denied. It was a final continuance on March 4th, 2020.
Okay, we're gonna put it on the trial docket.
All right, it'll be set for the cattle call on July 31st.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Was there an offer in this matter?
Yes, there was.
What was the terms?
AG, credit time served, court costs.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Mack.
Marcia Sampson on behalf of Jeffrey Mack. He has refused court. We are setting him on the trial docket, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be set for trial. Calendar call July 31st.
Thank you.
And Ms. Sampson, just so you know, I can't give you times right now because the clerk is going to have to go through and set them 5 for every half hour.
Yeah,
So it's just July 31st, and the time will be on the notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
the client's in jail, they'll be available.
Yes.
All right.
Geraldo Martinez. He has 3 cases, Judge.
Could we recall this one, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yep.
From what I see, it's going to be a plea. Is that still correct or no?
That's,
All right, we'll recall it. Have a seat, sir.
thank you.
Hugh Pettifield.
That's another one that, you know, do I need to recall that one too, Mr. King?
Okay, so this one I can actually just explain, and we're ready to ask for a first-time continuance if we need to, but we are trying to get him referred into drug court, in the Veterans Court. We just found out, and Mr. Pettifield just found out, about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, that he is a veteran and he qualifies for veterans benefits. So we're trying to get him into Veterans Court. It's a super delayed attempt at this, but he's got a veterans housing lined up, and so we just want to ask for a continuance, right? Yep.
Have you had him complete the form yet for Veterans Court referral, Mr. King?
Yep, I completed that and I emailed it to Ms. Card and the Brian Kurtz at the Veterans.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to allow it to be referred to Veterans Court. If it gets rejected, it ends up back on my docket.
Okay.
No need to continue.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Claudio Poilot.
Can you figure out what you want to call her?
Yeah, it depends. English, Spanish.
Okay.
Element Perez on behalf of Mr. Poilot.
And what are we doing with this, Ms. Perez?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lopez indicated that he was going to ask for a continuance, and Mr. Poilot is willing to waive his right to speedy trial in order to continue the case.
I'm not so sure your microphone is on, just so you know.
Sorry, Element Perez on behalf of Mr. Poilot.
You're just very soft-spoken, I guess.
I am.
Okay, I'm going to need you to get closer to that microphone and speak up.
Yes, Mr. Poilot would like to ask for a continuance, and he is willing to waive his right to a speedy trial.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Claudio Polat, 04-2376.
Sir, do you agree to waive your right to speedy trial?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, matter be continued to August 25th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Melvin Pollard. He has 3 cases.
Elinette Perez on behalf of Mr. Pollard.
So much better. Ms. Perez, what are we doing?
The defense would also like to ask for continuance in this case as well, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Melvin Tyrone Pollard, 8/11/1957.
Mr. Pollard, do you agree to waive your right to speedy trial in each of these cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Matter be continued to August 25th.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Tyler Posse.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Tyler Posse, 6491.
Mr. King, I see you filed a motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
My JA will be reaching out to you. Just get that scheduled.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep, that's all.
Your Honor, can I ask one question about that? I know we left off where you were saying you might want a second eval from Dr. Skaczynski, but his first eval was with Dr. Skaczynski. We just haven't gotten that first eval back. So I was wondering, could I submit an order for him to have his second eval, or proposed order for his second eval from either Dr. Duros or Dr. Davis? Just because Mr. King had indicated Dr. Duros and Dr. Davis were performing evaluations on in-custody defendants.
Not at this point, because the motion for reasonable grounds to believe needs to be set, and we'll make that determination at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Thank you.
That brings us back to your recalls, Mr. King.
Okay, so we have a question on Mr. Martinez. Is there only one case in front of you today, or is
No.
it? Okay. Can we, come on up, Mr. Martinez. Is that okay, if I bring him up?
Sure.
Yeah, because he's the only recall, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, what cases do we have in front of us?
State your name and date of birth, please.
Gerardo Martinez, 10-11-73.
Just say George. All right, we have a driving with suspended or revoked license under 2020 CT 915, knowingly driving while license suspended, 2020 CT 1013, and traffic infraction for running a stop sign.
Your Honor, can I get the offense dates for 915 and 1013?
915 is 3/16/20, and the same for 10/13.
So they're both driving while license suspended charges from the same.
Something similar, or not the exact same charge.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. See, there's an issue that's come up, and like like one of them he's got time, like he's getting time on, and the other one he's not gotten any time. And the plea was supposed to be for a fine on one, and basically.
Hold on just a second. Ms. Card, what are the offers on each of these cases, please?
Yes, Your Honor. On 20 CT 915, the offer is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and costs. And I believe that's the one where he has the credit.
It is.
And then on 20 CT 1013, the offer is adjudication of guilt, $300 fine, and costs.
It's the same ticket.
Hold on.
HME. Oh, no, is that two? One's HME, one's HNE. Even though it's the same day, same time.
ACL 6HNE. At 4:43 p.m. I'm telling you, downstairs, they're just. Ms. Card, can you explain to me what the difference is between these two? Other than there were two citations written?
Give me one moment, Your Honor. I was covering for Mr. Morris, so I have not done my own research here. Let me check.
I mean, one of them was written under 320.07-3A, and the other one was written under 322.34, Section 2.
That's
But
the
they
one
were
I'm more familiar with.
both written at 4:43 p.m., same date.
What was the first site, 320, what was it?
320.07-3A.
Which citation number was that? It looks like,
That is ACL 6HN is in Nancy E. And then ACL 6HM is in Mary E is written under 322.34 subsection 2.
okay. So when I pull the statute, it looks like the 320.07 is not dealing with driver license at all, and potentially the actual charge was written incorrectly. So I'm going to look at the citation to see if there's a factual basis on there and see if maybe that is where things got screwed up, because if not, I will have an alternative offer for Mr. Martinez. Yes, Your Honor. So on citation ACL 6H in like Nancy E, which is case number 20 CT 915, on the citation, it says registration expired 6 months or less, which I believe is civil.
It is.
So can I make a formal amendment to the chart? Would making an amendment, oral amendment on the record be something I could do to remedy this particular citation?
You certainly have the authority to do so.
Okay, I would like to go ahead and do that. State is amending to the proper charge here for this case number 20 CT 915. The proper charge should be registration expired 6 months or less pursuant to 320.07-3A. So then with regard to 20 CT 1013, the offer would just be an adjudication of guilt and costs, since the credit time served was racking up on this civil charge, which it should have been applied to the criminal traffic. From everything I can tell, again, this is cursory research here, but
Mr. King, we're down to 2 traffic infractions and an adjudication and court cost.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, we do want to accept the offer, okay? And I know this is part of your plea colloquy anyways about the 30-day right to appeal. We just want to reserve that right to appeal so we have the chance to review that discovery and just make sure that everything lines up. Is
You're
that okay?
entitled to. You just
Okay.
have to make sure you state it on the record.
Okay, just, I don't know when the appropriate time to do that would be, but.
I will remind you. How about
Okay,
that?
thank you.
Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. This is for 2020 CT 915. Sir, state your name and date of birth, please.
Geraldo Martinez, 10/11/73.
And Mr. Martinez, have you had the opportunity to review the plea form?
Yes.
Yeah, we talked about that, yeah.
Yes.
Did you understand it?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about it?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol which would impair your ability to understand the terms of the plea in which you're about to enter?
No, ma'am.
Anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer today?
No.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights, including but not limited to your right to a jury trial, your right to a speedy trial. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it will be cause for deportation?
Yes.
Based upon the court's review of the uniform traffic citation, number A is in Apple, C is in Charlie, L is in Lima, 6, H is in Henry, M is in Mary, E is in Echo. The court finds that there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt and court costs in the amount of $273. You'll need to report to the clerk's office within 90 days to either pay that in full or to set up a payment plan. If you choose the payment plan option, they will charge you a convenience fee, and you'll need to make sure that you show up with the first payment, which is usually around $50, sometimes less, sometimes more. Do you have any questions regarding that case?
No, ma'am.
Mr. King, now would be the time.
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to reserve the right to appeal. Yes, based on this plea. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but.
Sir, you have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Now I'm going to turn to 2020 TR 14965. That's a traffic infraction for running a stop sign. The court will dismiss the traffic infraction. Then we've got one more to deal with. This is 2020 CT 915. State, may I have a formal amendment, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would amend to expiration of registration less than 6 months pursuant to 320.073A Florida statutes.
And that's for citation number A is in Apple, C is in Charlie, L is in Lima, 6, H is in Henry, N is in Nancy, E is in Echo. Mr. Martinez, do you disagree that your registration was expired the day you were pulled over?
I didn't know.
Was it your car?
No,
Yeah, he says it wasn't his car.
it wasn't my car.
Okay, let me rephrase. The vehicle that you were operating, was the registration expired?
Yes.
All right, the court will withhold adjudication. It's going to be a $113 fine. Again, you can report within 90 days to either pay that in full or to set up a payment plan. If you do the payment plan, they'll charge you a fee, and you'll need to do that first payment that day. Do you have any questions regarding that case?
No, ma'am.
Mr. King, now would be another appropriate time to make that reservation.
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to reserve our right to appeal this.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your Honor, I think that's everyone over here except for Mr. Hunter, who has Mr. Zaleski, I believe.
We got Mr. Hunter.
Yeah, he says he's got conflict counsel.
He did not know, even though I emailed him.
Let's see. Let's see if I have, oh, no, I don't. I don't have that. Mark Hunter. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Mark Theodore Hunter, 11/30/62.
Mr. Hunter, apparently there's some confusion with whether your attorney was supposed to be available for this or not. I understand, given that we keep setting things and resetting them yet again. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and set your case for trial, and Mr. Zaleski will be informed of that. Ultimately, what will happen is if he can work out a deal with the state, then he can contact my office and we can set that up to do it virtually. If not, then you'll just be ready to go to trial unless he feels he needs a continuance, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. There's my solution. Mr. King, you got anyone else that I missed?
Okay, that's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Then I will see all of you on Teams tomorrow. Yes? Yes. Thank you.